Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Vampire the Dark Ages, Alba by Night. As always, I'm your host and storyteller, Working Class Werewolf, and tonight I'm joined by my wonderful friends and players. We have Strider.
Oh, damn. Why am I first?
We have Himbo.
I know vampires can't eat food, but, if they put, fresh blood on top of spaghetti, could they eat that?
We have Nyx.
If vampires don't eat, does this mean that officially vampires don't poop?
I have some thoughts on that. And last but not least, we don't have Frey this week, unfortunately.
Which means we are going to get into so much trouble.
And alas, there are no dulcet tones and sexy serenades from our dear Don Diego this week.
Oh boy, we are going to get in so much trouble. He's going to spend the whole night doing charisma rolls and just point out just how sorely we can't just navigate the political court of the masquerade without Don Diego. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I can talk, but I'm not, suave.
We can all talk. It's just that most of us shouldn't, probably.
First of all, go fuck yourself. I actually do have a decent charisma.
So
I know you do.
So before we get started, I do have a headcanon regarding vampires and pooping.
Okay, I was kidding, man.
I believe that
Okay.
every kindred and Cainite in existence has shat themselves exactly once.
Well, yeah, when they technically died.
Precisely.
Now, when they undie, do they unshit themselves?
No. That's
It doesn't go back.
thankfully not how that works.
Okay. So it could be worse. That's good.
Welcome to the stream, everybody.
Yep. On that note, are we ready to get started?
Yeah, let's go.
Wonderful.
Man, that was a pretty way to start it. But I'll go over here.
When we last left our heroes, a meeting was held to decide their next course of action in regards to the discovery of the Skull Pigs and the Infernalists stalking the woods between Pariah Paradiso and Lockburg. It was ultimately decided that the coterie would divide into two groups, as Don Diego and Fonwell would take the trail to Lockburg, whilst Khalik and Tavis would set out towards the Grove in order to ascertain what is being done with the Fallen Fae Kingdom and what to do there. And as Khalik and Tavis set out, they were joined by none other than Angus McMallen, who proved to be about as helpful as you would expect, as the duo came across the Grove and found that the Cainite Monique de Paris alongside Daisy MacArthur were enacting a strange ritual upon the grounds that Angus overreacted to, and so the group was forced to pacify him, ultimately sending him into torpor. After that, it was learned and explained that Monique de Paris was basically surveying the area and studying its history with some help from Daisy on behalf of the prince, so that the prince could have all the information and protection of the area when others inevitably came looking to seek and exploit its power, now that the Fae were no longer standing in charge. They were also discovered to not be alone, as Quint Argento, the Nosferatu, and Belinda Blair, the Malkavian, were discovered to be lurking there too, using the area, seeking the area as a sort of special place between them. Meanwhile, in Lockburg, Don Diego and Fonwell arrived and discovered the court in an uproar after using a boon to force their way past the guards who were blocking them from access to the prince's throne on behalf of the Templars being prepared for their arrival. Eventually, they were able to show the prince the boar's head and slip him a missive about Declan's planned betrayal, and the prince offered them his thanks and reward if they would be able to do away with the Infernalists before the arrival of the Templars. Thus we resume our story. Bit rushed, but good enough, I think. And let's see who we open up to tonight. Link 3 is funnel. Alright, first we're going to open up to Kalik.
Oh boy.
Kalik, you are brought through the wilds of the forest until eventually you come to a large gap in the earth, which Quint and Belinda quickly descend into.
When you say a gap in the earth, do you just mean like just this massive hole, like that leads to a cave system, or is it just?
Yeah, it's sort of like a strange, large hole in the ground, like a burrow or something of an animal.
I was about to say, given the weirdness that has happened so far tonight, as long as it looks natural.
As you make your way down it, however, the burrow looks anything but natural, as the walls show signs of masonry and artificial tunneling. Eventually you get to torchlight, as the corridor seems to go on, growing slowly brighter and brighter.
You have not yet.
I know.
Okay, cool. Oh,
not the right screen.
Oh.
And eventually, after what feels like hours of walking, you come to a turn in the corridor that leads down a hallway with two unseemly individuals who look your way as you approach. One is garbed in a long black cloak, covering his entire body save for his head, which is bald, wrinkled, rotted, and gnarled, his eyes sunken in and black, his teeth gnarly and jagged, his ears pointed and misshapen. The other, a woman covered in old, decrepit rags with long, gaunt, bony hands and jagged, sharp-chipped fingernails, black, obsidian eyes, and gnarled, fanged teeth. Her hair thinning and in patches. Who goes there?
A quick thing. She's had me circling around as protection because she's clearly going underground.
Mm-hmm.
before she gets into this area, would she be able to direct me to just follow Tavis and just kind of remain with him? Because, like,
Sure.
Kalik doesn't know. Yeah. But yeah, she is a guest in this place, and she doesn't respect, Prince's hospitality, but I'm pretty sure she can guess what this is, and she will honor hospitality.
Anyways, so the woman whirls around and bares her fangs as she snarls, "Who goes there?" "It's all right, Arlene. It's just me and Belinda." "Nah. And the other wench?" "This is a friend of ours. She is requesting hospitality. I'm vouching for her." "You, old one, step forth. Identify yourself."
Kalik will do so, walking slowly, the tap of her cane echoing. As she does so, I imagine this tunnel no longer looks natural. Like, it's reflected as it is in here. Like, it's almost hand-built.
Oh, yeah. Also, hello, Commodore Zed. Thanks for tuning in.
Yay. I am known to many as the Witch of the Woods. If you wish, Kalik will do.
Well, Witch of the Woods, Kalik. What brings you to our humble hole in the ground?
That business remains mine.
It remains ours if you're gonna be staying in our sanctuary.
I suppose it should not hurt to know that I am not allowed in the city of Lockburg. But, given where I am, it makes no mention of being beneath it.
You? Not allowed in Lockburg? You're a bit ragged, but that's not a crime.
I would imagine you would understand not being allowed in such a place.
Aye, we're all outcasts down here. We can't fit in with the humans anymore.
Kalik will smile.
But you're not so far gone. I dare say some old codger might still call you a pretty face.
I promise you, that name will not last long. Or rather, that perception would not last long. Not with me.
And how do you know Quint and Belinda back there?
We met at the Prince's gathering.
I thought you weren't allowed in the city.
That was before I was cast out.
Told the old tosser off, did you? Good riddance, I see.
Apparently, it is a great offense to let him know when he has offended a guest of his.
But of course, he's the host and has a reputation to maintain. Such things are not for public discussion. Bad form and all that.
I tire of those games, and I shall not entertain them.
Perhaps you'd best stay out of the city after all, lass. Still, you pissed off the prince. That makes you okay in my book. So if Quint vouches for you, I see no reason not to let you in. Just cause no trouble, and we won't have any.
Khalik will give a respectful and regal bow to Arlene, was her name?
Yep. Go on, be off with you then! We ain't got all night! Dawn's coming!
Khalik will again nod. What about this guy?
He's just sort of standing by and watching you.
What's his vibe?
At a glance, stoic.
Khalik will also give him a slight bow, like head bow, and will go by Quint and Belinda, being the guest led in, and will say, I knew I would like this place.
I wouldn't have brought you if I didn't think you'd fit in.
I appreciate the courtesy, and the hospitality is greatly appreciated.
I'm impressed. Normally it takes a lot longer for Arlene to warm up to newcomers.
From one crone to another. I suspect it is the nature of things.
Or maybe you just make her feel young.
I tend to do that to many people.
In any case, the three of you will make your way past the sentries and enter into the burrow proper.
Oh. Oh, this looks pretty.
You pass down the hallway with the sentries and eventually come to a series of rooms which look like they're designed to be catacombs. Not exactly ideal living spot, but fitting enough for the underground outcast and undead. The place, however, is nearly packed. You see there's almost no beds left, but there aren't none. You will have a place to stay tonight that's free, but as you enter, you will see a lot of eyes upon you. Curious, but silent.
Khalik will let her toes just sink into the sand as she kind of grounds herself into the place.
Welcome to the burrow. Our little slice of paradise.
It is quite beautiful.
If you consider dirt brown and bricks and old stone beautiful, I guess.
There are many things that I consider beautiful that other people do not.
Aye, well, in any case, it's prettier than the most of us, I suppose.
That is a matter of perspective.
Aye, she's right. He will just sort of like sink his head into his cloak.
Fear of compliments, eh?
Sorry, I had to sneeze. He's just self-conscious.
Compliments are merely words. They mean no intent to hurt you.
I've had plenty of words that hurt us.
Then embrace the ones that do not. Embrace the ones that comfort you.
Words disguised as comfort can hurt the most when they reveal themselves. There is ugliness in beauty and beauty in ugliness. It all depends on how you look at it and what's really beneath.
Even Daisy could see that. She looks back to Quint, kind of giving a smirk.
In any case, feel free to just find any empty space for yourself and, well, I guess make yourself as close to comfortable as possible.
Pray tell, these warrens go beneath the city, aye?
Aye, that's right. Well,
Where,
not quite beneath. More like beneath and beside.
where would we be now if we were on the surface? Simply curious.
If I had to guess, I'd say probably just northeast of Lochberg. Dead center between the city and the cove.
Do any of these go into the city proper?
Nay, this was built before the city.
How close do they come?
It's not too far a walk from the city. Place basically acted as a graveyard. These days it's a place of superstition and fear. Suits us just fine. Keeps us safe and alone. And lets us have our peace and gives us a place to stay without being too disconnected from the city and the prince's affairs.
They're walking and talking as she does this, and when they're kind of in a spot where it seems like there aren't a whole lot of people, she'll turn back towards, she'll stop, and then she'll like turn her head towards Quint and Belinda. You said you knew something about the fake heart. About what happened. Something that Miss Monique de Paris doesn't know.
Did I?
You mentioned that you knew something that she did not, at least.
Well, me and my big mouth. Sorry to get your hopes up then.
Then why say it if there was nothing?
Maybe I was just nervous. Maybe I just wanted to go home. In any case,
Okay, alright. I get that, and I totally believe it, that he would just make up that he knew shit because that is heavy introvert energy, and I can see someone being like, hey, I want to tell you something, but not here. Let's go home. And then be home and be like, I didn't really have anything, I just wanted to be home. I believe he would do that. But just in case. Can I vibe check him to see if he actually knows something?
Oh,
or if he's just
100%.
Oh, what should I use?
That is gonna be perception empathy, my friend.
Difficulty?
Difficulty. Let's have a look at you, Quint. That's gonna be difficulty 7.
Hey, 3 successes.
You have been alive for decades, if not centuries, at this point. And if there is one thing you learned very early on, even before your untimely undeath, it's how to spot a lie. Granted, in your aging years, that talent has perhaps faded somewhat, but it hasn't faded here. This kid is deflecting.
Kalika's gonna look back to him, and whatever grandmotherly warmth she might have had, even if it was just like the smidgen, is now gone. And there's just a predator's glare looking at him. And she says, I will ask you again. Because I know you're not smart, you're not dumb enough to waste my time with such a lie. So I will ask again. What do you know that the court does not?
Charisma, intimidation. Difficulty 5.
I don't think empathetic works here.
Well, you're certainly not being empathetic right now. So I'm going to say 2 successes if there's no argument otherwise.
That's totally fine.
Then yeah. But don't you think they know?
I'm trying to recall what it is they said. They said that they know.
What you learned was that the circle in the grove was basically a gateway for the Kithane, as Monique and Daisy referred to them. Changelings, more colloquially. That it was sort of a means of transport from our world into the world of the Fae. And that vampires could not access that gateway, that it needed glamour in order for it to function. But the fact that it was what it was, according to Monique, still meant that it possessed a great deal of magical and mystical power that could be used, accessed, and exploited. You also know that Quint and Belinda had apparently stumbled upon the location first, but thought not much of it other than a secret little romantic cozy spot for them to spend time together and dream.
Aww. Monique said that it was a gateway, that K-Knights could not access the gateway. But you have been there longer, it seems. And you must know something. Something that they could not find. Something that perhaps the hunters did not even know. So tell me everything.
I saw Daisy come out of the gateway. I think I did anyway. It's not something I knew or even thought of until very recently, and I still don't know if it's true. The place, it fills your mind with dreams, visions, wonders you could only literally imagine.
How long ago did you come out of that gate?
Almost 5 years ago. Last I saw her anyway. And she was different then.
Tell me, do you know when she was embraced?
I don't know exactly when. All I know is that when I saw her come out, her skin was vibrant and light, the color of summer. Her eyes like sapphires, her hair like gold. And then one night, she came back. Her eyes, her hair, her skin, all the color gone. But what was worse, her smile was gone. Her heart had vanished. Someone or something made her like us.
Kalik's face is gonna harden. Did anything happen with the cart after that?
You mean the prince's court?
Nay, with the Fae cart.
I don't know. I don't know nothing about no fays and courts and whatnot. I try to stay out of politics as much as I can. The most political I got was chasing off some invaders and then getting invited.
I'm not asking. Wait, what? What invaders?
Our kind aren't looked favourably upon by Canaanites nor kine. We get a lot of angry folk seeking us out. Some of them better equipped than others. Some really well-equipped ones came into our territory one night. We didn't think we could fight them all off. They knew what they were doing. They took out our old leader.
How long ago was this?
About a month before the prince's party. I managed to dissuade them, distract them, send them away. Him? Oh, with Belinda's help, of course. A lot of Belinda's help. And sent them away, and they haven't come back.
What was it about these strangers, these invaders? Were they Canaanites? Were they mortal?
I believe they were Canaanites. They might have been even these infernalists I've heard so much about.
And what makes you say that?
They sure as hell weren't hunters. Not the humankind. And they knew exactly how to fight us, how to tear us down, how to make us suffer.
What makes you say that they're the infernalists, and not perhaps others of the prince's court?
What else could they be?
Did they have some sort of magic? Did they use... did they have strange animals, strange beasts with them? Beasts that seemed corrupted.
They could speak to beasts like us, but plenty of Canaanites have animalism. And any Canaanite can ghoul a beast. And sometimes the blood warps them.
Did you see the beasts?
No, they did not come with beasts. They came with blades and armor.
Could you see their faces?
No, the armor covered it.
So, they could be infernalists. They could have been the prince's court. I wonder if perhaps they might even be the Templars.
Oh, no. Didn't bear the cross.
Just because it didn't bear the cross does not mean that it is not them.
It would be almost unheard of. The Templars proudly display their symbol, and they'd have no reason not to. I dare say not doing so might even be heresy, but what do I know? I know everything.
So, Daisy arrives 5 years ago, gets embraced. And then these invaders come in about a month before the prince arrives. Is that correct?
I guess so, yeah.
How long has the prince been in Lockburg? Do we know?
Since you got there.
So he came recently.
No, he was there when you got there. So he may have been there, probably was there since before you got there.
Fair enough. So I don't know when.
Yeah, you have not asked how long he's been in control of Lockburg for.
Well, I guess that's Kalik's next question. Tell me, how long has Prince Mikhail had a foothold in Lockburg?
He practically built the city. He drove off... That is... Lockburg used to be a Pictish camp. But one day, the prince and the Templars came and drove out or wiped out any resistance and conquered the land, which the prince then used funding from the Templars to help build Lockburg. And eventually, nights passed, weeks passed, years passed, and Lockburg stands strong tonight.
How long ago was that?
Lockburg's not the oldest city, but it has stood for over a century.
Point of order. Didn't they say that they were invaded recently by these strangers? Or
The
did I
boroughs
mishear that?
were, yeah.
Okay, so that was recently,
Yep.
but they said that this happened when the prince first came to town.
No.
Clarification, just so that way I understand it correctly.
I don't recall even saying, like, that that, like, the Nosferatu invaders came when the prince came.
Something about invaders came into the wardens to take out the old Nos leader a month before the prince's party. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now I see. Okay, never mind. Okay. Notes. Very important.
Yep.
All right, okay. I imagine the sun won't be up for long. Or rather, the sun will be up before long. Suppose I should rest.
Aye. That's probably for the best. Belinda and I should probably turn in as well.
Very well. Once again, thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you for not giving Belinda away. The Tremere don't look kindly on us. And they like to take Malkavians sometimes. And Nosferatu.
I guess so, with her demeanor. But it seems I had unknowingly pegged one of you. I had to reveal one.
It's It's okay. I understand. Anyway, I'll see you in the morning. And if I don't, then farewell and God be with ye.
In the evening.
Sorry, yeah, in the evening.
Very well. Kalik will bow and then find a spot where she'll just, like, dig her feet into the earth. And before she rests for the night, she would like to do a genius loci on this place.
I thought Genius Loci only worked on your territory, or just it just works wherever?
No, genius loci, it extends the awareness through the land upon which he treads.
All right.
So it works for that. So charisma occult, because it is now level 2, it goes up to difficulty 6. Alright, 2 successes. She just wants to get a lay of these warrens.
This place is surprisingly vast. Bigger than the domains of most princes. Or certainly most nobles. You can tell this place hosts a great many of the undesired and unwanted. And yet, none of them, at least that you can sense, seem to be hiding at the moment.
She's not necessarily looking for the people. She's looking at, like, the layout to see where it might go, and even like, because it's the lay of the land, possibly even see above, maybe a little bit below too. Like, try and getting a whole 360 idea of where she is.
Yeah, this place is basically sort of an underground catacomb necropolis sort of place. Corridors and hallways, each with, like, indents and outlets. Wide enough to store a single body, maybe 2. And it doesn't seem to be, for how labyrinthian it may be, it doesn't seem to really go anywhere special.
Kalik will... She'll keep her feet buried in the dirt, and then she will turn in for the night.
All right. We will then cut over to Fonwell and Don Diego.
Are you implementing some kind of reason for Don Diego's departure that we want to do right now?
Yeah, I'm getting to that.
Okay.
Did I not go with them? Did I just go by myself?
You were headed from the site in the woods towards Lockburg. They were already in Lockburg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, we're getting to you next.
Please take your time.
Yep. Now then, Fonwell, you and Don Diego had both been given free pass by the prince's sheriff and the prince's decree to stay in any sort of, like, inn or hotel or wherever that you pleased on the prince's dime by his orders. As you survey the town, you see that there seem to be 4 particularly prominent places of rest for travelers and passers through. There is a rather luxurious establishment full of food, drink, and shelter called the Knight's Rest. A humble but well-kept smaller place called the Stout Spout. A rather seedy yet bustling location called the Cuckoo's Nest. And finally, a humble but still very elegant looking hotel called the St. Francis.
Okay, I got all those for the notes in case I need to reference them later. Good.
Wunderbar. Pick any one of those 4, or otherwise there's also the church that was willing to host you the other night, and your connections and status as a Templar would probably be helpful there. But then at the same time, you're staying at the church at a time when the Templars are due to arrive any night. Along someone who is decidedly a vampire.
Out of all of the options presented, I would say that the Stout Spout sounds the most agreeable.
Alright. Don Diego will not put up any arguments. I would, if I were to guess, think that he would see the wisdom in not going as particularly bawdy and luxurious as he normally does, and keeping a lower profile, whilst also supporting a local business.
So the prince's money, so best not to abuse it the first time we get access to it.
That too. He may take notice of that. Worth a shot. In any case, you make your way to the Stout Spout. The place is not particularly lively, but you do see 2 women standing there, cleaning up the place, tidying up, and as the door opens, the taller one, a blonde, robust, and fit woman, looks over and says to you, "If you're here for booze, we've already closed the tavern. If you're here for a room, we might be able to talk."
Well, we're really just here for a room, not here for booze or drink at all, but I still appreciate it.
Alright, well, if you've got the coin, we've got a key and a room for you.
And what of our horses?
We got stables. They're not anything fancy, but they'll hold your beasts.
And extra coin?
I'm sorry?
The stables, are they extra coin?
Aye, they are.
Alright, well, there's 2 of us and 2 horses, so what be the total?
She will list a somewhat above... Actually, no, she will list about a fair price for you. Maybe a little lower.
Yeah, William is not one to argue. They're running a business, so he is going to hand over some coin.
Don Diego will remind you that you could tell them that the sheriff is paying for your stay, and
Oh, that's right. There was a code word, wasn't there?
yeah, by kind standards, and as far as the humans know, Prince O'Rourke is Sheriff O'Rourke, an official representative of the king's interest overseeing the town of Lockburg.
Alright, so let's undo the part where I gave them money.
No, that's fine. I'm saying that Don Diego would probably just, like, keep you from your coin burst and just whispered into your ear and just say, like, yeah, we can tell them that the prince sent us. Or the sheriff sent us.
Do you need a name to put down for the rooms?
Aye. If you please.
We're here as friends of Sheriff O'Rourke.
I see. You're the sheriff's boys, are you?
For better or worse.
Don Diego will also present a sort of, like, missive that he was given by Sheriff Alba to show to anyone who would that you guys would be visiting and staying with. The innkeeper will take it, look it over. Alright. This all looks legit. Very good then. Sherry, get him a key. Aye, mum. And Sherry will dart behind the counter to fetch your key. In the meantime, allow me to introduce myself. Ramona St. John at your service. I'm grateful and humbled that agents of the sheriff himself would choose a humble inn such as me own. And I'll tell you what, since you've been so kind to visit me at this hour, and seeing as we're not exactly running low, I might just bend policy a bit and give you guys a bottle for your troubles if you're interested.
I wouldn't be allowed to do any drinking on the sheriff's time, or the sheriff's dime either, so I'll have to pass myself, though I do appreciate it.
Don Diego echoes your sentiment, and Ramona will nod. Very well.
Perhaps we will come back sometime when we're not working on his behalf.
And Sherry will come back holding a key, and Ramona will look to Sherry and say, "Alright then, Sherry, see them to their room. I'm gonna finish closing up for the night." "Aye, ma'am, of course." And Ramona will walk away, out of sight. "Follow me, gentlemen," Sherry says, making her way through the empty pub area. "So where are you gentlemen from?"
I'm from just down south of the area, further south, outside of Wessex.
Don Diego will announce that he is from Praia Paradiso and basically oversees and manages the land for the place. And Sherry will turn and have a sort of glint of fascination in her eyes. "Praia Paradiso? You mean Stagmouth? Aye, my family's down there. Do you know the McCains?"
Do I know if the McCains, in fact, just work for Don Diego? Because that'd be very convenient.
I mean, they're basically the peasantry, and he is effectively the lord of that place.
Did you
Well,
say
I'm
that they
assuming
were
Don
family?
Diego. They were her parents.
Yeah, she's
I'm
related.
assuming Don Diego will answer because
Yep.
William is still new to Pariah Paradiso.
Yeah. You do know that that is also where Father Crowley is, so you know of it relatively well. Aye. Small world, eh? Well, if and when you're ever back there, if you could tell the McCains that Sherry's doing well and she's thinking of them, I'd appreciate it. Oh, and tell my wee baby sister Mary that her big sister misses her. And Don Diego will smile and suavely reassure her that they will do so given the next chance. Assuming Fonwell remains silent.
Yep. There's no reason to reveal when we're next going to be back there or any information like that. So,
Cool.
I believe it'd be best to get our key, get to the rooms, and then get to rest.
Alright, yep, you two will do just that then, and we will then jump back out to Lockburg. As, guess who finally arrives in town?
Just dragging this poor Viking. Oh my god.
Picked, not Viking.
Yes. My point still stands. He's
Oh,
in
yeah.
town following Monique and Daisy, just dragging this. Jesus.
Oh, he has long
Yeah,
since
Has to
lost
be
Monique.
nice to see, though.
Sorry. What was that, Strider?
That has to be a sight to see, though.
Oh, absolutely. Like, for the few people who are out on the streets, you are turning heads as you are dragging this massive hunk of muscle and weaponry and leather and furs through the streets with your pale, pasty ass.
I pretend to struggle a little bit, just to, save face
Cool.
and say good evening.
Cool. I'm gonna say appearance plus subterfuge. Difficulty 7.
Oh boy.
I wonder if that would matter legally. Like if the police came up and they were all, "Hey, you're dragging a dead Viking through the streets," and Tavis was like, dead picked. And they'd be like, "Oh, you got us again, Tavis. You're free to go."
Difficulty?
7.
Yeah. Well, it's not a botch, but it's not. But, yeah, so, you're gonna be seeing some people just sort of, like, stepping away uneasily from you. Others are gonna just sort of, like, quickly turn and go inside, close their doors, turn off the lights. And others just gonna sort of, like, dart and dash out of sight as you're dragging this torpid, snapped and broken Viking body through town by yourself. If they ever came up and asked you, you would have a very great excuse, though.
I would. I very much would. But at the same time, I'm sitting here like, why do you have to be so heavy? Like, look at you. Like, you could probably hear, like, it's Monique and Daisy that's ahead of me.
Yeah, but they have long since lost you.
Probably, but they probably heard me before they, like,
Oh, yeah.
officially disappeared. Complaining about him. Not about how heavy he is because I'm tired, but just like, you are causing a scene.
Yep.
Just scolding this Topor body.
And it occurs to you at this point you should probably find a way to dispose of this body sooner rather than later.
I try to think about where to put him.
Intelligence plus streetwise. No, wait, that might not be a thing in this game. It's not.
Difficulty Difficulty 1 to think, oh, I probably should have abandoned this body a long time ago in the woods.
I am going to say then intelligence plus either hearth wisdom or survival.
Hearth wisdom it is. Got it. Difficulty?
6.
Cool. This ain't my city, but damn, I know places.
So, the fun thing about not living in a surveillance state and instead living in the fucking 13th century, there's like no cameras, so you could probably ditch him just fucking wherever, and nobody would really be able to really track anything back to you so long as nobody saw. And like, if they did, you could deal with that. And you could either leave him just somewhere out in the street or in an alley somewhere, assuming you don't care about his survival. Or
I specifically took him because I did care about his survival.
then in that case, you could probably find like a barn or some sort of like covered alley or ditch or something. Put him there, cover him up some other way. Or if you want to give him a more dignified resting spot, you'd want to find a place that wouldn't ask too many questions. Whorehouse, maybe? Or maybe like a really seedy bar, or maybe someplace like charitable, and you could try and pass it off as like you found him wounded or he drank too much and needs a place to stay.
I think I'll do that. Like, possibly, I'm going back and forth between a seedy bar and the church.
Intelligence roll. Difficulty 6.
Straight
Straight
intelligence?
intelligence.
Yep. You do recall one or two mentions from the man of a disdain for the church, and he is literally covered in pagan markings. He wears his beliefs literally on his non-existent sleeves. That
All right,
may
he's
not
going
end
to the
well one
seedy
way or
bar
the other.
then. He's going to a seedy bar, and I'm leaving him with a note. Staple it to his forehead or something. I don't know.
Wonderful. Perception plus alertness or hearth wisdom.
Please don't wake the Pictish.
So difficulty 6.
Yes. 5 with, before Auspex, that is. 6 before Auspex.
Fuck me. What's my aspects? 2, so 6.
4.
5, 4. 4! Hey!
So you follow the
I can
sounds of the night and listen for any signs of debauchery and merriment at this hour that don't sound entirely alcohol related. And eventually, you will come across a seedy but familiar looking place. A location you remember Oswald stumbling out of that one night. You look up and see a large house with a sign depicting a bird with 2 large eggs right at its chest, surrounded by a nest area, with the words underneath it written, "The Cuckoo's Nest."
Stunning.
This looks like the place.
Absolutely stunning. This is definitely your place, and I unfortunately have to stay with you. And so we will go into the cuckoo's nest.
Wonderful.
Going into a seedy brothel with your unconscious Pictish poppy? Okay.
God.
Oh my.
Please. He can't take me. He proved that.
So you make your way
Twice.
inside, and sure enough, surrounded by
Oh,
two voluptuous wenches, you see the familiar face of none other than Oswald himself.
This is awkward.
Does he notice me?
Immediately.
Tavis is going to look back, look down, look back at him and go, there's an explanation for this that I don't really think you'll care to hear.
So as soon as you step in, Oswald and the girlies surrounding him are going to sort of like be aghast at the sight of you hauling this gigantic broken pick into the place. And then Oswald is immediately going to smile and say, "Hey, Undertaker man! He's brought a fray! Hey man, how you doing? Are you looking for some action, you and your bud, mate? Cause I promise you it's never too late to party here! Well, until sunrise, then things will get a little awkward.
Not really. Not me. He seemed to have a little bit too much fun, though. This is the closest place. I'm exhausted.
The body just sort of gurgles.
I kick it to shut it up.
Oh, mate, I've been this so many times. That is a man who cannot hold his liquor. Doesn't matter how strong you are, the stuff just slips right through your fingers. Am I right, ladies? Right.
The look on Davidson's face.
Oswald, dearie, why don't you just start heading to the room and we'll be with you shortly. Gertrude, see to our new guest here, if you would, please. Yeah, Mum. And Gertrude will approach you, giving you a warm and welcoming smile. Hello, friend. I am Gertrude. It is nice to meet you. And who might you and your strapping friend be? As Oswald just sort of like,
right?
Yep, as Oswald just sort of starts staggering up the stairs, singing a song to himself in slurred cacophony.
I'm Tavis, and this is my unfortunate acquaintance, Angus.
I see. And do you two need a room for the night then?
Preferably.
Sehr gut, sehr
Dragging
gut.
him here was
We
no
can
easy.
certainly accommodate. Now, will you two be together or separate?
Preferably separate, but I'd like to write him a note.
Sure, sure. That is no problem. We can provide you some parchment. Now, would you both like, or would either of you like company for your stay?
I can't answer for him.
That is fair. He doesn't seem like he would be, how you say, in the mood right now. What about you, handsome? He may be out for the night, but you're looking spry, and my night is free, if you've got the coin.
I fear I might be very boring company.
Oh, nonsense. How could a cutie like you ever be a bore? If you drag in a man such as this, I imagine you have more than a few stories.
I don't think that you're looking for stories, though.
Perhaps not. But I still think you might
How
have
much?
what... Say what?
He's going to try to look in his little pouch. He's going to try to quickly say how much, and he's going to like look through his like little pouch trying to pay for the room because he's nervous.
Give me an intelligence plus. This is a skill that we haven't used a whole lot. Commerce.
Oh boy. Oh, something I don't have. I love that.
Wonderful. This is gonna up your difficulty to 7.
Having commerce 4, I know the good going rate of a prostitute in these areas.
I think everyone should know. Hey, you got 1 success.
I'm sorry, Tavis doesn't even casually sleep with people. In fact, he doesn't sleep with people at all.
You could argue Tavis just doesn't sleep.
So on one hand, the price she lists is a bit steep, but at the same time, she is offering a rather illicit service that most people would want to keep on the down low. So the demand is, you think, there for it, so it doesn't sound too steep under those circumstances, and it's not like it's unaffordable. This place still has to get clientele.
Tavis will give her like a silver more, like a little bit more or something like that, not by too much, and tell her to like, keep the extra.
Tavis, do you have common sense?
Yeah, money. I believe so. That's something I normally always take.
Honestly, good idea.
Hey, look at that. I did it again. I took it.
Wonderful. So, another thing occurs to you. This is basically a place to sleep and a bite to eat, if you accept company.
He could use a bite to eat now that I'm counting all of his like blood pool. I'm like, oh boy.
Granted, you're not going to want to kill her, ideally, but a sippy of like a couple points, maybe
Don't
3.
hold that against him.
Just 1.
So what?
Shut up, Kalik.
I'm not here.
No, but yeah, and like, obviously you don't want to kill her, but you could still take like a point or 2 or maybe 3 from her and should be fine. And
my max is 14 and I'm at 11, so yeah, I can do a point or 2.
Excellent. So paying extra will get you a bite to eat and a place to stay, and yeah. So you give her the money, she counts it out, and then she gives you a smile. Wunderbar. She will then go behind the counter and grab a key for you, and she will hand it to you. Here is your room. The key is on the tag, and just don't worry, make yourself comfortable. I can let myself in when you're ready.
What about him? I could take him to his room.
Ah, sehr gut, yes. He does seem a little hefty for... Well, if you think you can take him, I certainly won't refuse shrugging the burden.
Tavis is not waiting and more or less like just proving a point of like, you're gonna learn a lot about me tonight anyway. And just like now no longer faking that he's heavy. It's just more or less like, I don't know what room he wants as he's like trying to pull him up the stairs.
She will hand you a key to another room. Will you be paying for him as well?
I don't know if he has any money on him.
He does not. But he has some weapons that might be worth something if you can convince him. But that might also have consequences.
I will pay for him, and I will add that into the shit that he owes me.
What is your resources?
What's my sire's resources? More like it. My resources is 1.
This is probably going to be one of your very rare spending sprees.
Yeah, Tavis doesn't really spend a lot anyway. He's a homebody.
There you go, then. Then, yeah, you will cover his room as well, and you can charge him for it, make it a boon if you want.
it's definitely going to be something. I saved his fucking life. Twice.
I got you a prostitute too, but you were asleep, so I had to sleep with them. But you owe me for them as well.
That's actually another thing. His
3.
room's gonna be cheaper because it doesn't come with company.
Nah, you know what?
Hey, there you
Put
go.
another tab.
Save. You know what? You're saving money.
I'm going to make it, like, when I write down his bill, I'm going to say it's the one that cost my room, not his room.
Cool. So you will haul him up to his room, get him settled in, make your way to your room, get yourself settled in as you see the other woman making her way into presumably Oswald's room. She gives you sort of like a wink and a wave as she steps inside, shutting the door behind them.
Just going to think of like, Tatus is just going to think like, do they even know what they're getting into? Like, do they remember?
And then suddenly, you discover an instance where you curse yourself for having Auspex.
Oh no.
Yeah. In the modern age, if Tavis makes it that long, he will never be able to look at Oswald without saying, the cuckoo's nest. This is why I don't go near you.
Eventually, a distraction will offer itself as Gertrude makes her way inside, closing the door behind her. And before we wrap up this scene, I'm just going to ask you, Tavis, to make me a Charisma plus Athletics roll.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Charisma athletics?
Take a guess.
Would you like to spend some blood points to increase your stamina for this?
What was that, Tavis?
For athletics is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's got 7, so that's not bad.
You gonna spend a point for some blush of life so she doesn't feel like she's literally fucking a corpse? This poor woman.
Yes.
This poor girl.
I figured I might as well, considering the fact that I'm going to be taking it back anyway.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difficulty?
Difficulty will be 6.
Soft. Sorry, I'm putting my hair up, and my hair is like, feels like a little bunny. It's so soft.
Nice.
Not that the audience needed to know that. 3.
God, that's a whole lot of dice.
You'll have a very good and very satisfying night, and you get a good meal out of it relatively easily.
Awesome.
For the record, I'm counting that as a hunting roll.
Okay.
My God.
I'm not going to tell Kalik, but she's definitely going to tell that Tavis had a night.
Oh, she'll be able to smell it on you, especially with her Auspex.
Breakfast in bed.
Kind of.
I didn't do anything.
Now then. The night will pass, and Tavis and Kalik gain a point of willpower.
Yes. Slowly but surely, it's coming back to me now.
Sorry, I was petting the dog.
Yep.
Willpower!
Funwell.
Oh, I did actually put a note on Angus, by the way.
Cool.
Get attacked in my sleep and don't regenerate willpower?
Not quite. I'm trying to remember what it is to stir.
This will be slow for me to search for, but I am searching.
Me too. Like being able to wake up during the day and stuff. I know there's like mechanics for it, but fuck me if I can remember it.
I think it's related to your road.
I think so too, yeah. Sorry about this, folks. Hang on just a second. Or a minute, rather. So what fucking generation are you again, fucking Angus? Okay, yeah, he's gonna be out for like 3 days.
Oh shit!
Alright, in the meantime, I'm just gonna wing it and then we can figure out what the actual mechanics are a little later.
Sounds good.
So, Fonwell, first make me a willpower roll, difficulty 8.
Who makes this?
Fonwell.
Three.
Nice.
3 successes. Wonderful. Alright. Now make me a perception alertness roll, difficulty 7 with a -1 penalty.
So is that -1 dice or -1 to the difficulty?
-1 dice.
Okay, so got it. And does my aspects of 2 apply here?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so 6.
5.
Sorry. 2 successes.
Oh wow, you only have 1 of each?
With the
I have
2,
two
with
in
minus
perception.
1 die.
Oh, there you go. Cool. Because of your attuned, specially trained salubri senses, you will pick up on a commotion. I'm assuming you and Don Diego got separate rooms.
Yes, that is most appropriate.
Cool. You will hear a sound coming from Don Diego's room as you stir. You struggle to open your eyes. And as you do, you will feel the painful, aching sting of sunlight outlining the shade of your window. It is still daytime.
William is going to try to move slightly to get himself less exposed to the sunlight in a more comfortable position, and he is going to listen for further commotion.
All right. Perception and alertness, difficulty base 7 with another -1 penalty from the daylight and being still exhausted and groggy.
Okay, so same as before.
Yep.
2 more successes.
All right. You will hear footsteps in Don Diego's room. several.
Okay. William puts his helmet on, and he exits the room.
Before you do that,
Okay.
make me a conscience roll. As you feel the call of day sleep compelling you back to rest.
Difficulty?
Difficulty 8.
Looks like I'm gonna spend a willpower to get a +1 on this.
Alright.
Which I needed. One success.
You put on the helmet, what's left of it from the last attack you've suffered, especially from the skull pig. The armor covering shields your eyes, and you feel that darkness call to you, envelop your mind, compel you to sleep. Your body slinks, your mind recedes. You lean back, and then snap yourself out of it, forcing yourself to persevere. That's the freaking word I was looking for. Don Diego is in trouble.
William is going to head to that room. I can't imagine it could be too far away with the place we're in.
Sure. Alright, just a second. You make your way over to the next door where Don Diego is supposedly staying. And as you do... yeah, I think that'll work. Sorry, I'm just kind of putting something together. Real quick. There we are. Alright. So I'm guessing you're not being subtle about this.
I don't really do subtle very well. Let me check my stealth ability. I believe it's a 0. It is indeed a 0.
Excellent. Then if you are not even going to make the attempt...
He's going to attempt to at least, muffle his footsteps as he goes towards the room.
Alright, so if you are making that attempt, then please make me a Dex plus stealth roll at difficulty 6 with a -1 penalty, and including any penalties from your armor.
Uh-oh.
It is
I do not
very...
succeed, but I do not glitch.
Your approach is very plain to hear, given your thunderous footsteps and hefty, bulk. As you swing the door open, standing in the threshold, struggling to stay conscious, as you see standing over Don Diego... That's not the right page. Two armored men who look up at you like they've just seen a giant. One of them is going to start charging you, the other one's just gonna fucking grab for Don Diego.
We need to switch over?
Oh, right, duh, sorry. Fonwell. Roll initiative.
These Dragon Age Origins looking motherfuckers.
Exactly. God dang it.
"12 initiative, not bad."
Awesome. And with that, combat can begin.
Woo!
First up will be one of the mercs. He will proceed to grab Don Diego and shove him into an oversized bag as he sleeps.
What?
Love that.
Never mind. I like this. You can take him.
Oh my god! Kidnapping's okay as long as it's comedy. Wow, what a lesson for the kids.
Remember, people, if you're going to kidnap somebody, always bring a body bag in case they're a vampire.
Clearly.
How durable is it? Oh, wait, I'm not there.
Funwell.
Alright, well, Funwell is going to punch the brakes off this dude.
Alright. Dex plus Brawl, difficulty 6, -1 penalty.
Going to do 2 attacks, but I am going to spend a point of blood to activate Celerity, so I do not take the negative penalties to the dice pool of the, to the difficulty of the second attack.
Not the worst idea.
And I didn't specify bringing a weapon with me, so that's all good. Alright, so this will be Dexterity plus Brawl.
Yep.
And then since it is 2 attacks, I do get a -1. That is 2 successes on the first punch.
Okay, resolve the damage of the first punch before rolling the accuracy for the second, please.
Understood. Alright, so that's 2 carryover from the attack there. And what's the difficulty again? 6?
Yep.
3 successes.
4 successes, since I house rule that damage and soak normally don't apply. I'm thinking I've also been applying F1, so, you know what, never mind, yeah, 3 successes.
Okay.
Alright,
For damage?
Yep.
Oh, you usually don't count the ones for damage.
I know, but I have also been counting, I think I've been counting some ones for soak sometimes, so, alright.
Oh, yeah, no. No, you haven't counted for soak.
Oh, alright, then yeah.
No. Damage, yes, not soak.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, 4 successes. And he is going to roll to soak. Let's see now. 3, 10, armor. You go for a punch, but his armor takes the entirety of the blow. Not to mention his own body seems pretty stalwart as well. These aren't your average mooks. Just turn around, Gov. Ain't worth it.
Really try not... I'm gonna do my second attack now.
Oh, go for it.
No successes. Perfect. Alright.
You go for another blow, but he's able to dodge it. He draws a knife and goes for you. He is aiming for your face, because he's aiming for a place that he can, like, get the knife in so that it's not, like, blocked by your armor.
Okay.
Fortunately for you, that's a lot easier said than done as well. Your armor may not be left much of it, but your body is still built like a bulwark. Unfortunately, your body is also not built for the daylight, so I'm going to need you to make me another conscience roll at difficulty 8.
Uh-oh.
I figured that would have lasted more than one round.
And unfortunately, the curse of your existence catches up with you as you shut your eyes and fail to open them, the sleep of day claiming you, as all that's left now is darkness. Gain a point of willpower.
God damn it.
Eventually, the evening falls. And as it does, Fonwell, when you awaken, both the guards and Don Diego are gone. Fonwell?
Spend a point of blood as I wake up. Checking himself for injuries or any knife wounds, since the last thing he remembers was somebody attempting to stab him in the face.
What was that?
He's checking himself for any stab wounds or any injuries, since the last thing he remembers was somebody trying to stab him in the face.
Alarmingly enough, you're not damaged at all.
And I was in a place where the sun didn't get to me, which is also very convenient.
Yeah, you were very lucky. But apparently Don Diego less so. Still, I want you to make me a perception plus alertness roll at base difficulty 4.
So, 2 with my allspecs.
Yes.
How? How?
That's hot.
Oh no! All you see right
What the
now
fuck?
is rage at the knowledge that your friend was abducted right in front of you at your most vulnerable moment. You know what you must do. You must gather the coterie and seek retribution.
I don't even have a good idea of what they looked like or any identifying marks that they had on them, however.
I mean, you know what they looked like because you were, like, fighting them. They didn't look particularly distinguished, but they were two men, rather buff, rather gruff, sporting splint mail armor. Not the most expensive stuff, but definitely good enough to get you out of most fights. And, you knew at least one of them had a knife. You don't recall seeing a lot of big, heavy weaponry on them, though.
They also knew enough that they put Don Diego in a bag that is entirely proof against sunlight. So they knew what their target was and what they were doing, which is more of a concern.
Possibly. Make me a self-control roll. Difficulty 5.
Oh,
Nice.
Lord.
This slight shall not stand. Your beast erupts out in a fit of anger and destroys the room. Make me another self-control roll.
Same difficulty?
Yep.
2.
You start to get a hold of yourself, but not before you see that you've gotten a hold of the bed and split it in half with your bare hands. As the
How do you
door...
have human hands? I'll go away.
As the door swings open, and... I believe I called her Ramona?
Yes.
And Ramona stands in the door frame looking aghast. So should I charge this to the sheriff as well? You still feel the beast clawing, demanding its retribution, and seeing her demanding blood. If you do not get a hold of yourself, and she stays here, she will die.
Oh, no.
Oh boy.
Would you like to say anything to her while you still have control?
I'm trying to think, but
Bitch, where my man at?
look for him. The other man who was with me. He's not here.
What? Make me a charisma plus leadership roll. Difficulty 7 with a -1 dice penalty from you being in the thrall of frenzy.
God, that should have been a willpower.
0 successes.
Huh? Oh, yes. Don't worry, he's fine. Some of his associates came to escort him back to his estate earlier today. I wanted to tell you, but you were out cold. Self-control roll again!
Oh, God, this is not gonna go well. Oh, my God! Do you have no willpower left?
I do, but...
You can spend willpower to stave off frenzy for this scene, I believe.
Okay, I'm gonna spend a point of willpower.
Cool. The beast will come out when the scene ends, though.
You said they were his men? Who sent... Did he say who sent them?
Some woman named Lucita or something. They had a seal. And she will procure the card that they gave her, and it bears a symbol on it.
So I was correct.
That bitch.
She will offer it to you. You want it? Maybe it'll help clear things up.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot to clear up. I thank you.
Actually, as she sort of like moves past you and digs through the remains of the bed, she will find a note that was very obviously laid out on the pillow, bearing the same seal on an envelope.
Well, I didn't see it. Alright, I was mad.
Yup. It happens.
Oh no, the kinky kidnapping.
Leave me alone.
I mean, right.
She will hand you the envelope as well. Now, if you would kindly get out of my hotel before you break something else.
I will go grab my things and get out of here immediately.
Damn
I
right
apologize
you will.
for the
Hey,
I apologize for the disarray this has caused.
just know that if the prince doesn't pay for this, you will. One way or another.
You have my word.
I'll hold you to it. Now get out.
Yeah, William is gonna collect his stuff, get himself dressed as best he can, and he's gonna go out to check because he needs to see if there is Tornado still there as well, or if it is just Lionheart.
Cool.
If it is actually Lucita, she probably would have had somebody trained come and get Tornado as well. If Tornado is still here, then I am less convinced that it's Lucita.
Oh, this isn't the right map. So, before all that, as you exit the hotel, make me another self-control roll.
Oh no. Are both horses gone?
He doesn't know yet. Would you like to spend willpower on this? You don't? Alright, 2 successes. So that's 4.
No, I did spend willpower.
So that is 4 successes accumulated so far. You feel the beast continuing to claw at your soul, demanding release and satisfaction. But you force it back down with your sheer force of will, and you feel reason returning to your mind. But the beast is not done fighting yet. What do you do?
As mentioned, William is going to check the stables first for Tornado and for Lionheart.
Excellent. You go to the stables, and sure enough, you see your trusty and faithful steed Lionheart and the elegant, ever-loyal Tornado without a Don Diego.
Boy.
Self-control roll.
Another one. Hoo-woo!
Willpower or no?
Nice.
Yes, I'm going to do a willpower for this one too.
You are angry as your suspicions are aroused by the lack of Tornado being taken by Lucita along with Don Diego. But you know your cooler head must prevail, so you force the beast back into your soul and maintain control. For now. You are no longer frenzying.
William is going to go over to Lionheart to kind of calm and center himself, and also give some attention to Tornado, since he realizes that he is now going to have to take care of Tornado for a little bit. And Tornado may not be used to that kind of thing, so it's going to be some trust issues.
I have a question.
Yeah?
Is me around? Because me was sent to go after Tavis, but it seemed like this might have been nearby.
Yeah, give me a roll, please.
What kind of roll?
Let's go with Perception Alertness, assuming the owl has that, and if he doesn't, I will give him some.
Oh yeah, he does. Difficulty?
Brilliant. Difficulty will be 6.
Me!
You said to watch Tavis.
Me, you dumbass!
Well, what's great is he probably doesn't even know exactly where I went.
Oh, no. These ones, seriously, Jesus Christ.
And so, as a new night begins, a new problem presents itself. Don Diego is missing. And right after the night, you were assigned to look into these infernalists. Coincidence? Probably not. And that is where we're going to take a break. So, what do we think of tonight's game so far?
Oh my god, is this... Oh lord, it's slight panic.
Did you see the title of tonight's episode?
No?
Don Diego, shut the hell
Oh my god! What the hell? You are way too proud of that.
I am, actually. And I'm not apologizing.
Okay, but honestly, this really does go into the notes of when I made the joke of "Go Diego, go." I just
Yeah,
didn't think that you
right?
meant
Holy
it literally.
shit.
He's gone, Diego,
Shit,
gone.
Am I going to inherit Pariah Paradiso? Hell yeah, dude. We get a free house and a horse and staff. This is going to be great.
You know, see, what's really being taught here is that every time Don Diego disappears, we're just going to automatically blame Lucita. It's going to be to the point where we just stop looking for him, and that's going to be his downfall.
Yep.
Well, I do have evidence that it's either her, or if it actually turns out to not be her, then I have evidence to present to her that people are impersonating her, which will make her not happy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Did we actually read the note to know if that was... Because, like, we left that message with the prince. Who's to say that that wasn't forged?
Well,
William specifically was trying to get out of the building as fast as possible so he wouldn't be in there and possibly destroy more things or people, and then he was going to read the notes.
Oh my god.
also,
Wonderful.
thank you, Alchemist. Yes, the wordplay. I'm so proud of that, too. But, yeah. Looks like the plot is, thickening, and hold on to your, seats, because this ride is getting twisty. And we will resume the ride in just a little bit. We'll, be back at about, let's make it 16 with more, Vampire the Dark Ages. Don't ever go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
See you soon.
And we are back with more Vampire the Dark Ages. We are still waiting on, like, at least one more player to return, but that's fine. We will just, move on to a different scene in the meantime. In any case, are we ready to get back into it?
Let's do it.
Brilliant.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. So, we are going to open back up to Kalik in the Warrens. The Burrows, rather.
The catacombs.
Details. As the night begins, you will stir as many of the other underground denizens do. Spend a point of blood to wake up. Same with Fonwell, now that I think of it.
I think he already did.
Just making sure in case he didn't.
I have already done so.
And we will jump back to the game as Kalik finishes up from her evening routine. I want you to make me a perception alertness roll, difficulty 8.
Holy shit, 3 successes. Was not expecting that.
So, give me just a second, sorry. There we are. As you begin to stir, you will suddenly hear a familiar echo ringing from down the hall. I'm a seer! I'm a seer, mistress! Calm down, you wee beastie! What are you talking about? Who are you? What are you doing here? I'm a seer, mistress! I fucked up! You hear the familiar shrieking. You hear the familiar shrieking.
Oh my god.
Of me.
Okay. Oh god.
No
I'm
worries.
back, by the way.
No worries, Strider. Saw your messages. It's all good.
Kalik will sigh and then hobble over into the area.
The doorman will part without a word, but the girl will give you sort of like a fanged, sly sort of grin.
Kalik will just eye her back, kind of staring her down.
Eventually, you will make your way back over to the gateway, such as it were. And sure enough, I click and drag the wrong one again.
Buddy.
And sure enough, you will see Arlene holding me by the talons as me struggles and flutters in her grasp until he sees you. Oh, mistress! Thank goodness I found you! There is trouble!
What do you mean, trouble?
So this is your wee beastie then?
Aye, for better or for worse.
This little bastard was soaring through and screeching like hell calling for you.
Aye, he does that, unfortunately. My apologies. I will leave with him, so as not to disturb you with him. Thank you so much for your hospitality. Obviously, I will need to leave.
Aye, nay, it's no big trouble. Just take him outside.
Kalik will tap her staff, indicating for me to come and perch.
Okay, so for the record, mistress, I fucked up, but it wasn't my fault.
A colleague will just start trudging outside. She'll bow towards Arlene in thanks.
She'll just smile at you almost grandmotherly.
No. And then once she gets outside, she'll look to me. No. How did you muck up?
Okay, so I promise you I was doing exactly as you told me. I flew to the city to keep my eyes on Tavis. He's fine, by the way, I think. He went into a strange house full of strange people making strange noises and flopping around on top of each other, going, oh, 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 oh! Why do humans do that?
Because animals do it too.
Nuh-uh, I don't do that.
Not all
Nuh-uh.
animals, but furred ones do.
Humans don't have
Have you
fur.
heard? They do. It's just not as long.
Oh.
Regardless.
Ah, yes. So, I was keeping an eye on Tavis, and he was doing the flopping, and then he sank his teeth into the human.
Is that what you meant to tell me?
No! Because what happened later happened after that, and that is what fucked me up. I was keeping an eye on him, like a good servant, and then suddenly I feel a sharp pinch in the back of my head. I turn my head around, there is nothing there. I turn back, another pinch. I turn around, there is nothing there. I turn back, 2 pinches. I look around, and then I see them. The crows.
Do you want me to make another intelligence survival roll to see if crows are also natural bullies to owls?
Yes, please.
Difficulty.
Difficulty 6.
2 successes.
Yeah, for those who are avian inclined and particularly astute in the world of avian biology, you know that owls and crows also got serious beef. Because owls are active at night and like to eat baby crows out of their nests. And crows are incredibly social and incredibly smart and travel in large groups. And they remember things. And so, when enough crows have suffered enough owls eating their babies, they remember and they tell other crows about it. And over the years, it has gotten to the point where now it is an on-site blood feud between crows and owls, where if crows see owls during the day, they will swarm them, annoy them, and peck at them, sometimes to death. And owls, well, if they're willing to beef with eagles, you bet they're willing to beef with crows, but they prefer to do it one-on-one rather than in a group. And preferably at night when they're at the greatest advantage.
Is there no avian that you have quarrel with? Is there no avian that you do not have a quarrel with?
I mean, honestly, we'll square up with pretty much anything.
And what do you want me to do about it? If you're asking me to tell the crows to stop pecking at you, you may as well tell me to ask the sun to stop shining.
No, don't worry. I was able to shake the crows, but unfortunately I had to fly into the dark forest to do so, and that meant I had to take my eyes off of Tavis. I am sorry.
I'm sure he is fine if he were making the noises you said he was making. He's a big lad. He can take care of himself.
The weird thing is, I didn't know that crows were there.
What do you mean? It is a city. Of course crows can be there.
Yes, but they're normally not. I don't go where crows are. I'm not stupid.
You take a moment to let that sink in.
She does like a slow blink.
Tilts his head.
What do you mean? There are normally not crows in that city. You mean to tell me in this entire time that you've lived here, there's ne'er been a crow? A single one, and then suddenly you be swarmed with them?
Well, okay, no, I'm not saying that the crows definitely aren't in the city anywhere at all, ever. But I go to places that the crows aren't, especially during the day. Do you think that I would be so stupid as to neglect to tell you that I can't go to a place if there are crows there during the day? I wouldn't have gone there.
Are you telling me that you are suspicious of the crows?
That depends. What does suspicious mean?
Kalik needs to try and word this in a way that doesn't immediately have him answer with, yes, because they're just like those fucking eagles.
I want to say I'm sorry, but I'm not.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Don't lie.
Do you feel like you're back in school? Because I do sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Summer school starts early, bitch.
Now then. Are there usually crows in the city during the day?
Yes. But they do not hang around the floppy place.
When Kalik gets outside, she's gonna call for Shion.
Okay.
And you. I want you to find the rest of the coterie back in town. Tavis, William, and Don Diego. The Shiny Man and the Iron Man. Find them, and then bring them out to the woods. I still cannot enter that city.
And you're saying this to Shion?
No, she's saying that to me. She doesn't want to be alone, so she's gonna kind of stay out and kind of like check the woods with Shion.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make sure that like while she is waiting for everybody to come back, just to kind of, because they're still, you know, checking the woods for Infernalis, so she may as well do some investigating.
Cool. As you give me his orders, he will look to you and he will spread his wings.
Yes, mistress. I can do this. The crows should be asleep by now.
And no picking fights. You can do that later.
That wasn't my fault!
He says as he takes off.
What does he say?
He says, that wasn't my fault.
When Shion arrives, Kalik is gonna pinch the bridge of her nose.
Owls can be very contentious creatures, mistress.
That's the kind way of saying it. Tell me, you haven't seen anything interesting in these woods as of late, have you?
Have Shion roll me perception alertness, difficulty 7. Ah! Oh, there we go.
No, it's okay, yeah. Shion, perception alertness?
Yes. If he has willpower, he may spend it.
You said diff 7?
Yep.
Fuck it. Why not? I don't like how, things have been going lately, so... 2 successes. Jesus, what the fuck with those 4s?
Right?
I heard a strange snap I was curious, so I followed it. I found where the sound came from. There were tracks. Man tracks. They led toward the darkness.
Show me to these tracks.
And Shion will turn around and start galloping off to take you to the tracks. As he does that, we are gonna jump over to Tavis exiting the cuckoo's nest.
Probably so fucking embarrassed.
Oh, it's gonna get worse.
It's going to get worse. Love this. He's going to not talk to people for a month.
God, why is it so hard for me to find my own freaking maps? There we are. Oh, god damn, why does it do this? So, you emerge from the cuckoo's nest sans Angus. And coming out shortly behind you is none other than the Chamberlain himself, Oswald. Oh, God, my head. Fuck, I need a bit of the whole... Need a bit of the hair of the whore a bit. Oh. Hey, Tavis. Tavis! Oh, fuck, you were here last night, weren't you? Ow! Fuck, I hurt my own head.
I have really good hearing, Oswald. Really good.
Yeah, me too, mate. Way too good. Especially this early in the night. So, what'd you think of your first stay at the Cuckoo's Nest?
Wasn't exactly what I wanted it to be. I wanted to actually be somewhere else. But I had to take that lughead somewhere safe. But I didn't have a bad time.
Oh, that's a start. Glad to see this place can continue to be of practical use.
The look of, like, don't start.
Listen, mate. I'm telling you, it's a good idea to get in good with the whores. They see things, they hear things that nobody else does. Because their job is literally to get people with their pants down.
I have no problem talking to people if it's just talking, Oswald. And I'm used to staying in my little hidey hole. I'm not the face. I'm the brains.
And you'd be surprised how far that gets you in the bedroom, mate. Seriously, bunch of dumb lugheads come here. Case in point. No, but seriously.
Nope, I think I learned last night. Thank you so much.
You're losing points, kid. You gotta learn to listen. Ow, me head.
I gotta learn to be quiet. Kate will, like, smirk back.
And then suddenly you will just hear a loud shriek pierce the night. Oh, God!
No, I
As
think I got
me
caught by my
swoops
grandmother.
down from on high and dive bombs for your head.
I will duck.
All right.
Please let him miss.
Me, Dex plus Raw. Tavis. Dex Athletics. Div 6 opposed.
Okay.
Does
Here we go.
potence apply? Does potence apply?
Nope, this is a Dex roll, not a Strength roll.
Okay.
He missed.
So you successfully duck out of the way of Mii's dive bomb, but he is able to correct himself and swoop upwards without hitting anything. And he will then turn around and go into perch on a nearby bit of lumber. As he looks at you and lets out another shriek.
I will gently grab his beak like Kalik does to save Oswald's headache and say, "I'm sorry. The Grand calls."
Yeah, she bloody does. Oh, God. Anyway, just as well. I'll go be fucking over back to the castle. Gotta prepare for the fucking royal bankers or some shit. Fucking wankers.
Royal bankers.
More like royal wankers. The fucking Templars.
Farewell, Oswald. Good luck with your migraine.
Yeah. Don't be a stranger. And Oswald will depart.
He will let go of Mii's beak and then say, "I can't understand you like she does."
He's going to tilt his head. Clearly, the feeling is mutual.
Take me to her.
Charisma Animal Ken. Difficulty 4.
Kalik did say to gather the whole coterie.
Say what?
Kalik did tell me to gather the whole coterie.
Sure.
No.
Alright. Me will take flight and circle around, looking down, waiting for you to follow him.
I follow casually. I'm not going to look like a lunatic running out of a brothel chasing after an owl.
Oh yeah, no, that's much safer than you dragging a muscle-bound pagan through the streets in the middle of the night.
You know, I could come up with a story for that. There's no logical thing here.
Yeah, he's the Undertaker. It makes sense for him to be doing that.
Fair enough. Alright, eventually...
No, I'm the Undertaker's protege. Get it right.
Eventually, me will guide you through the city on a weird route that makes you suspect that maybe he has actually no idea where the hell he's going or what he's doing. Until you see Fonwell standing just outside of a small hotel called the Stout Spout. In front of the stable, and oddly alone.
Good evening. He says as he's looking around where's the other one?
Not especially good. Here. William will hand over the first letter from that had Lucita's seal that he had already opened and read, and he's going to open and read the other one, the one that was left for him.
Alright.
Tavis will read it.
So there was
Kalik,
only
do you
one
know how to
note,
read?
and the other one was just the De Aragon Moncada seal to just sort of identify their credibility from being from the house. Anyway, but you open the note, Fonwell?
Yes.
It is a note that is supposedly written by Lucita. Hola, mi amigos. Sorry for the sudden start and absconding with Don Diego. but I have important business to discuss with him. If you wish to see him, come to my hideaway. Lucita.
Well, if we can get Khalik together with us, then perhaps the group of us can set off towards her hideaway. That may be the best way for us to move forward and find out what was so desperate that she had kidnapped Don Diego to speak to him about it right away.
The moment you say that, Mia is going to let out a shriek and start to take off once more, flying towards the forest.
Well, that explains that. William's gonna saddle up on Lionheart.
Well, looks like Tornado is free for you, Tavis.
Yeah, let's go. Totally riding this horse by myself for once. Totally not the first time. Definitely have a dot and ride. Let's go.
Alright, on that note, actually, Tavis, make me a stamina plus ride
No.
roll.
Why do you hate me so much?
I don't.
Diff what?
Difficulty 6.
You know, I'm gonna spend that willpower.
Okay.
That would be it too.
So fortunately, a lot of your muscles and reflexes from riding side saddle, or not side saddle, from riding passenger with other riders has given you some idea on how to handle a horse. And for your first time, you actually do pretty well.
It's the medieval backpack, thank you.
Noted.
I was kidding. I was totally kidding. I like to think that poor Rafanwell, you're trying so hard to go this way, and Tavis is still in the process of controlling the horse.
Just trying to help lead in the right direction.
And eventually...
Just trying to follow me.
And on that note, we will jump back over to Khalik, as Shion arrives at where he found the man tracks. What do you wish to do, Khalik?
First of all, is this place that he led us to looking familiar? Because they've been to Lucita's place. Khalik knows the woods well enough. Have they been this way before?
They have.
Does she identify this as the way to Lucita?
Certainly looks like it. If not the way you went before, then a similar route that leads to the same road.
Khalik is going to dismount from Shion. And she's going to try and take a look at the tracks again.
Alright. Perception plus survival. Difficulty 7.
Perception survival?
Mm-hmm.
1 success.
This is definitely a human footprint. From the way that it's embedded and shaped, it looks like it was a heavy footprint. Probably from someone big or someone very heavy. They lead into the darkness before they get kind of swallowed up by the blackness.
I wonder No, because ghouls do fine in obtenebration. Like, Shion and Lionheart didn't have a problem when they went through there. It was just Tornado that had an issue. Right? Am I misremembering?
Yeah, no, ghouls still need to breathe.
Okay.
They might be a little better at it than your average mortal, but it's still going to kill them a lot sooner than it would kill a kindred or a lupine. And it's also still fucking terrifying.
Yeah, that's true. Khalik isn't gonna enter in until me returns. So while she's waiting, she's gonna spend a blood point and activate Genius Loci again. Just again to get a lay of the land, make sure that no one is trying to spy or sneak around.
Sure.
Ow! What the fuck? What is going on?
Try that again.
I can't. I don't have lucky.
You try and focus your senses, get attuned with the earth, but as you do, you catch a whiff of the abyss, and even the mere trace scent filling your mind drives it into not a frenzy, but an obsessive fear that makes it impossible for you to concentrate. You close your eyes to focus, but the darkness only unsettles you in a way that it never has before. It almost feels suffocating even though you don't have to breathe. It almost feels like it's crushing you despite having no form, no weight. You almost feel like someone's creeping up on you. You turn around out of sheer terror, and you see several figures charging your way. 2 on horseback. 1 by air.
Yeah, those -2 successes happen. William missed seeing a letter that was literally laid on top of a pillow specifically to get his attention, and then fought the bed in anger.
Yup.
Eventually your fears ebb away as the closer the figures get, the more you recognize them, and the abyss's fear wears off of you for the moment. You see Funwell riding on Lionheart, and Tavis riding on Tornado. Where's Don Diego?
Poorly.
Khalik is gonna look at Tornado, look at the tracks, look at the abyss. We'll look back to Tavis. It cannot be a coincidence that in the absence of Don Diego, I am led here, at Lucita's doorstep.
I am sorry, mistress. They said Don Diego was not around, and I did not know where he was. I thought they knew.
Apparently, he had been absconded with.
If things are correct, then he should be here.
There were men that left the place,
says Tornado.
Men in sparkling rocks. Stripped across their bodies. One carried a large bag. They ran through the town, out of sight, where my master was staying.
Xian,
Yes, mistress.
you said that you heard a sound and found these tracks. You did not see the men?
No, mistress. When I found the tracks, they were gone. But the tracks are those of men. Heavy men.
Don Diego! Not Don Diego. Fonwell! You distinctly remember battling heavy men in Don Diego's room that day.
Yeah, Khalik will translate.
Heavy men with heavy armor as well, yes.
2 of them.
Wait, what do you mean, yes?
When I was awoken in the middle of the day, I only took time to put on my helmet before I went over into the room where Don Diego was sleeping. That's where I heard the noise. There were 2 men inside of the room. One bundled him while he was asleep off into a bag that was sealed from the sun, and the other fought back against me until the day overtook me.
But why would they try to take him in broad daylight?
Well, the notes that we were left didn't explain why, but they give the idea that it should be answered by coming here.
Notes. I assume, or
Tables
rather I
will
hope,
hand,
they're-
Yeah, we each hand
Tables
over
will
the
hand
note.
the letters.
We each have one, so we'll each hand over the one we have.
they both basically say the same thing.
No.
One is a single.
Yes. Fonwell hands you over the letter that was written by Lucita, quote unquote, and, I'm sorry, allegedly written by Lucita, and Tavis hands over a slip of paper bearing the seal of Lucita's, noble house. Whatever the fuck that means to you.
If she opens both of them, do they both say the same thing?
Only one says anything. Again, the other literally just a parchment bearing the seal as a means of credibility and identification.
Well, this is slightly inconvenient. But let us at least go to Lucita.
Well, it does mean one of 3 things. Either this is Lucita who is doing it, which is the best of the outcomes. The other outcome is someone is impersonating Lucita, in which case we would be letting her know, and she would be, I'm sure, quite thankful to know. Or the other, as a third, less likely outcome, is that somehow Lucita's house, which is a Spanish house, much like I must add that Don Diego's house is, has kidnapped Don Diego, and perhaps she's not involved at all.
Either way.
She'll
Here's
have
the-
answers for us.
Well, if it is your second point, that Lucita was not involved in some way and someone is impersonating her, the fact that they had us come into her abode, we may wish to be ready for a trap. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best.
Perception plus alertness. Difficulty 6.
Yay.
That is
Excuse?
not your dice size, sir.
What the hell?
Roll 3d410.
Wait, are
What?
we all making an episode
Yes.
alertness?
If you want, yes.
I don't know if you've played Mage the Ascension, but you can make some pretty interesting rules if you know what I'm saying.
True that.
I'm gonna roll my D410.
Alright. So. Tavis and Khalik, you will hear the sounds of hoofbeats thundering through the forest heading towards you, and Fonwell, you will hear with it a faint but familiar voice. Special delivery!
Oh, Jesus.
Familiar?
Or in
Skior.
this case, Odin.
William will just rub his forehead with a gloved hand as he turns towards the sound of the oncoming hoofbeats.
Yep. Also, I just remembered.
hell is that?
This is Tornado.
Ah, yes.
As the hoofbeats thunder through the forest and get closer, you will see the familiar shade of Emerald Gambison striding through the night up into the moonlit grove as Skjor arrives holding a large bag over his shoulder. Hello, friends! I am back, and that actually took quicker than I thought. I got lucky.
Where did you find us?
So what?
How did you find us?
Well, I figured you'd probably be in one of 3 places, and you weren't in the first.
These woods are vast and massive.
But they have
Are you
lots of
telling-
friendly denizens who like to see things.
Khalik looks towards me. Some more obvious than others.
I didn't tell him anything. I haven't seen him all night.
That does not mean he did not see you.
I didn't see him.
Oh. Credence to your stealth, then.
You would be surprised at a lot of what the field might see.
A great many.
But anyways, I am not here for pleasantries. I am here to fulfill a debt. He says,
You mentioned a delivery?
He said, dismounting his horse and taking the large sack and slowly bringing it over before planting it down before Fonwell. Here you go, good sir. 1 suit of armor. It should fit you. It may be a little snug. The guy was about your size, give or take an inch or 2.
Well, this is hardly a place for me to be changing my armor, so at this moment, we will consider your boon potentially fulfilled. Once I've had time to put this armor on, then I will let you know if it has or has not been. But that you have brought the armor makes me think that you have fulfilled it, so that is a good sign.
Skjor sort of looks around and just, like, looks back to you and sort of shrugs, saying, I mean, if you want, we can turn around, but you're also going to need some help putting that on. But other than that, I don't see anyone else who would necessarily stare.
Well, let's go ahead.
Go ahead and what?
Khalik, if this is something you wish to look away from, make sure to do so. Tavis, you've seen worse dealing with the dead.
Khalik just quirks an eyebrow.
Skjor, if you wouldn't mind assisting me.
Not at all. Also, don't worry, folks. He's not going to be literally naked. There is an undersheath beneath the armor. Otherwise, it would pinch the skin like hell. Alright, come on, big guy. Let's get you all seated up. And he will unveil the armor, and it is shiny and in pretty good condition. Looks like it's seen some battle, but not enough that it's, like, damaged. There's just some blood stains and residue on it here and there. Gives it character.
Is there anything heretical or bad or naughty?
Not inherently. There's no
Or
like,
not. There's a penis on the chest plate.
there's no like inherently pagan heraldry on the armor. It mostly just looks like some chainmail and like a couple pieces of plate here and there, similar to what you had for your first armor before it got, you know, porked.
Oh, pigged. Yep. Hey, listen. If there's anything you can say about William, he can definitely take a real good porking.
Anyway,
You could have said that any other way.
He is going to go ahead and change into the new armor to check for the fit and how it feels when walking around and maneuvering. And as long as everything seems appropriate, then I will forgive Skjor of his boon.
It is a bit snug, but you might just have to break it in.
It is hard to find armor for someone of William's size without it being custom built, and he just didn't have the time right now, because that takes weeks or months.
Yep. But other than that, yeah, it fits, and you don't think, like, even with, like, the snugness, you're gonna be, like, uncomfortable or hindered in any way of, like, moving or maneuvering. Might just feel a little bit awkward, might be a pinch here or there, but should be nothing that would actively affect your combat.
Your service is appreciated, Skjor. When we can ensure that Don Diego is still alive, I'll put in a good word for you.
His eyes are gonna go a bit wide at that. Yeah, I was kind of wondering where the big Don was, but where is he? And what do you mean if he's still alive?
Potentially, and then William will point in the direction of Lucita's Obtenebration Nightmare Funhouse.
Oh. That shadowy witch!
Potentially, but we need to find him.
Wait, do you think it might not be her?
I'm not sure. There is nothing aside from a seal to say that it was her.
Oh, those can easily be faked, my friend.
That is my concern.
Khalik is going to look to everyone and say, "Shall we go in then?"
Sorry, I was finishing my long rest.
No,
message
that's
for you.
totally fine. I just love this conversation that they have.
Let's go.
Khalik will head in first.
Right, budge over, big guy. I'm coming with you.
I beg your pardon.
Listen. If there is darkness involved in Obtenebration and Abyss stuff, that means there's a possibility of demons. And if there's demons involved, I am honor-bound to slay the hell out of them.
Honor? Honor-bound by what?
I like his motivation.
By my oath as a warrior and son of Odin.
I was right. Instead of saying Jesus Christ. Oh, Odin.
Thank you.
There we go.
I appreciate your
right.
consideration.
Very well.
Then come with us.
Khalik and Xion head in. She will tell me to stay in the woods or stay outside the circle and keep watch. You're not coming, buddy.
Well, if you insist, I guess I'll just go up in this tree and not into the scary darkness.
Keep an eye out.
I will. And I will keep all of my eyes out of that scary darkness. I do not trust any darkness I cannot see in.
Khalik goes in.
Xion is hesitant.
Xion's been through this before. But that's probably why he's hesitant.
It wasn't great the first time.
I think the first time there was also, like, a clearing for you to go through. Or,
There
like...
wasn't.
Oh, no, she dropped it because she was expecting you. I know I didn't have you guys walk through fucking Obtenebration. That would have done shit to you.
Well, either way, we're gonna press ahead.
Steal
If
yourself, Xion.
she knows we're coming, then she'll be able to assist us. If she doesn't know we're coming, then that lends more credence to the idea that she's not involved.
Out of curiosity, is there anything that we might know about Obtenebration?
Intelligence plus occult, difficulty 8.
What was intelligence called?
Yep.
Also 1. Would Tavis like to make the roll too?
Intelligence occult.
Yep.
Oh, I
Difficulty
have a
8.
good portion of that.
Diff 8.
All 1 success. Wonderful.
You know very little, but you all know different things about it or have different ideas about it. Fonwell, to you, it is evil manifest. Everything it touches is sapped of any life, any warmth, any semblance of God's touch. It absorbs and annihilates. The living who walk in it die nearly instantly in terror. Even you looking upon it in your own state, you feel a chill run through your spine as a hesitance to go anywhere near it. And even your mighty and brave steed, Lionheart, hesitates and rears up at the sight of this black cloud of evil. Khalik, you look at this thing and you see nothing natural. You see nothing at all. This isn't even necessarily entropy, or if it is corrupted entropy. This is not death natural. This is not death accelerated. This is death manifest and corrupted. And as you see Shion shiver and hesitate, you actually sympathize with him to an extent. You can feel the breath leaving his body and being pulled, literally sucked into the darkness. Tavis. The darkness of the Shadowlands is a different sort of light. A reflection inverted of life and what is seen. But this is a darkness beyond even death. This is a darkness beyond the shroud. This is something that would eat a ghost and leave nothing. Perhaps this is the Grand Maw that they speak of. Or maybe just an aspect of it.
Tavis is going to look away. It's one of those, if it is the Grand Maw that they speak of, don't stare too close to the sun type things.
Mm-hmm.
Khalik will dismount from Shion.
Alright.
Does anybody remember when we crossed the threshold, how long it took us to reach her abode? The way was parted before. Why would it be closed now if it were shut?
This is all
Maybe
illusion.
to ward off others.
What is that, Tavis?
Maybe to ward off others.
I am sorry, mistress. I have failed you.
You have not failed me. This is unlike anything that we've ever faced together. I would not have you dive headlong into it. Not while you still draw breath.
I fear if I walk into it, it will draw my breath from me.
Then remain out here. All of you. You should remain out here.
Actually, another detail you remember about Obtenebration, though, Fonwell. It even stopped the skull pig in its tracks when nothing else you threw at it did.
It also doesn't discriminate and takes the life of ghouls, correct?
Absolutely. If it breathes, it doesn't in obtenebration. Ghouls are a little more resilient to it and could survive it a lot easier than a mortal could, but they will still be affected by it, and probably worse than a kindred would be.
William is going to dismount Lionheart and get Lionheart outside of the sphere of influence of the obtenebration, and he is going to make sure that that Tornado is also outside of that sphere of influence.
Well,
Kalik is gonna look to all of the horses and even me.
mm-hmm.
All of you should remain outside. Be aware, be alert, keep guard.
I suppose I should stay and watch the animals then. I suppose that counts as helping. Skjor sounds conflicted in this resolve. Or in this regard.
You are honor-bound to protect. It did not need to specify how.
I am honor-bound to see these demons slain, if they are demons. But I do not know that they are demons.
If Lucita is not expecting you, she may attack you with the shadows. It is safer for you to stay outside until she knows that you are going to be assisting us.
Safe is for pussies.
So are you coming or not?
I want to come, but I also don't want to see these companions of yours left unguarded, especially if there is something like this looming about. Who's to say they won't try a sneak attack to try and slaughter your means of escape whilst you are suffering in the darkness? No, perhaps it is best that I await any would-be saboteurs, as the French say.
Can Kalik do a vibe check?
Go for it. Perception, empathy.
Difficulty?
No, can I do that too?
Sure. Difficulty will be 6.
Jesus!
He seems genuinely... Oh, sorry. Alright, yeah. So, yeah, you both know that he does seem genuinely conflicted about this. But does seem to be leaning more towards as he is saying. And Kalik, you also are able to pick up that he does seem genuinely interested and invested in the well-beings of your ghouls and animal retainers. And what's the biggest, most interesting takeaway from this for you, though? The fact that Skjor is genuinely anything and showing it visibly.
What's really getting Kalik is the honor bound is basically being honor bound and trying to show true to that honor.
Mm-hmm.
So Kalik is going to approach Skjor. And she's gonna put her staff in front of him.
What is this now?
Place your hand on my staff.
I could make a joke, but I won't, he says as he places a hand on the staff.
Kalik's face remains unmoved. By the spirits above and the earth below. If you protect our mounts, then we shall see these demons dealt with in your honor.
He will ponder that a moment, his face mulling over your words and the proposition as his hand grips your staff, before finally settling on a smirk and a nod. Good enough for me. But I'm getting in the next fight, by Odin.
Fine. And then Kalik will take the staff up, look towards the darkness, and then head on in.
Kalik ventures, currently alone, into the obtenebration mist.
Nope, William is with him. With her.
Yeah, so is Tavis.
Brilliant. The three of you head into the darkness to seek out your friend, and as you do, you feel the darkness cover your bodies like muck made of mist. It fills every orifice, your eyes, your nose, your ears, your lips, even the very pores of your skin, and you feel it flood your lungs as you instinctively open your mouths to scream and gasp, and nothing comes out. Only darkness invades your bodies, and you feel the sheerest, most terrifying, most painful cold you've ever felt. Worse than the worst Scottish blizzard. Worse than the worst rainstorm in the midst of winter. Completely envelop your entire bodies, and you feel your bones freeze and brittleize as you stumble through darkness, lost and wayward, your senses numbed yet filled with pain, your eyes blinded by sheer darkness, thwarted even with methods of sight such as auspex.
I'm pasting something in the Discord because we keep forgetting that I have it.
Noted.
Kalik,
It doesn't have anything to do with it right now.
I don't know if this will affect anything, but Kalik does have the odd gate flaw, so she may have a little bit more difficulty navigating through than William and Tavis.
Oh, yeah.
William will make sure to stay close enough that he can get a hand around one of Kalik's arms or get around her shoulder to be able to bring him with her.
Shoulder might be
Tavis
easier.
could
You might rip
actually-
off her arm.
Davis could actually lead front, not like, where he's leading, but more or less like, so that way William can help Kalik, and if anything were to come at them, it won't straight just go for her.
So, whilst within the Obtenebration's Nocturne, all perception pools are reduced by 5 dice, and the difficulties of all rolls from characters within the cloud are increased by 2. Characters with supernatural methods of enhancing perception, such as heightened senses, aspect 1, or the merit dark sight, take only a 2 dice penalty to their perception. Additionally, the cloud is a breach of the abyss into the material world, let loose into the world of the living. It will attempt to drain the life from any beings caught in it. Characters inside the cloud have their stamina pools reduced by 2. For mortals, it reduces their stamina pool to 0 or lower. For mortals, if this reduces their stamina pool to 0 or lower, they suffocate.
2 things. Number 1, can you please post that somewhere?
Yes.
Thank you. Secondly, would Kalik be able to attempt a genius loci in here?
I don't see why she couldn't, but she would still be taking the penalties.
That sounds
Alright.
like a good way to go absolutely dog shit fucking crazy.
It almost did last time, but if they're gonna try and navigate, like, she needs something to almost literally ground her. So if she can get at least one thing off, then it'll be worth it. given the way that these ones have been acting so far, though, and with these, difficulties, like, we'll see how it goes. But also, Genius Loci is a charisma-based role. So...
William is, even in his low willpowered state at this moment in time, going to reach deep inside of himself into a place that isn't physical. It's gone far beyond physical a long time ago. And reach down into the well of his person that is the faith that has clung from him from his life into his unlife. He will activate the first rank of True Faith to get his 1 point of True Faith in resistance to this power.
Ooh.
So
Clever.
he doesn't nullify it, but he does reduce the penalties that he's taking from this by 1.
That doesn't hurt us, does it?
No, it is a personal faith to him.
Okay.
How it physically manifests is up to the GM, if it does at all.
Okay. I was a little
The
scared
true faith
because
power that I get that does hurt you it comes way later. Don't worry.
yeah, I was about to say, like, I've been hurt by True Faith before. Like, I just want to. Okay. So Genius Loci does not actually require a perception roll. It is a charisma occult roll, so I don't think those penalties apply.
There you go, then.
Regardless, I am gonna spend a willpower.
Probably a good idea.
Oh fuck yeah! All right, so this is now active for 5 scenes.
Excellent.
Khalik has a this is active, and she has a lay of the land within a 100-meter radius of her.
All right. So, Khalik, as you are engulfed by darkness, alongside your coterie mates, it seems like you are being pulled through hell, tossed about by a sea of pure entropy, pulling and tugging at your body as well as your sanity. But you remember, you are on Earth. You are a child of Earth. And though the darkness envelops it, it cannot destroy it. You still feel the earth beneath your feet, and it guides you. You call to it, and it answers loudly. You feel its call, its pulse throughout your feet, and you sense that at the end of this darkness, there is a light. You need only follow it. You sense your allies, lost and stumbling, struggling to find their footing. You have found it for them. You can reach out. You can guide them.
Tavis and William will feel Khalik tugging at them, not in the way that it feels like she's being pulled away, but in a sense that she's trying to guide them in the direction to go. Like, trying to indicate to them, like, we need to go this way.
Like friends going through a corn maze. Stay together.
William is going to try to reach out to see if he can either have one of his hands on the arm, shoulder, or hand of Khalik and also Tavis, or even so if they can just join hands and keep a chain together as they go through.
All right. So, with Khalik's guidance, you three stay together, you press on. William, your resolve is bolstered as your third eye opens, and though enveloped by the darkness and concealed to the eyes of others, it guides you like a beacon through the darkness, flooding the darkness out of your senses, out of your body, and giving you yourself and your wits to guide you and persevere. And eventually, you will all emerge on the other side and find Lucita's hideaway.
Oh.
Tavis, make me a perception plus occult roll, difficulty 4.
Oh, such pretty music.
Yep. That's a boy, Adrian. This is Night Without a Star by Adrian von Ziegler.
Love it.
Yep. Check him out on YouTube. Check him out on Bandcamp. Alright, credits where credit is due. Out of the way. Tavis, as your senses return to you, light returning to your eyes, sound returning to your ears, temperature returning to your body, one of the first things you hear sends a chill through your whole body, echoing like a chorus of doom throughout the hideaway's exterior. You hear the chirping and ominous trilling of whippoorwills.
Uh-oh.
In spiritual beliefs of some cultures, whippoorwills are considered psychopomps, emissaries of hell and the underworld, waiting for those to die so that they can gobble up their spirits and fly off with them, bringing them to oblivion. And this place is thundering with their cries right now.
Tavis is going to whisper to Khalik and Fenuel, get help. And he is going to rush to the door.
But first, roll me intelligence plus occult to interpret what you hear.
Okie dokie.
This one is again going to be difficulty 4.
What was the roll?
This is strictly for Tavis. Intelligence occult difficulty 4.
Even better.
This is not death's door. This is death's nest. There is a force of death that is powerful, and it is not just a force of natural death. This is an evil death concentrated in this one location. Something tells you that this is not Lucita you are walking to. Because when you visited her before, though she radiated an aura of discomfort and unnatural and even evil and sinisterness to her, it was never this concentrated, never this blatant, never this bone-chilling. Compared to this, hers was that of the sixth sense you get of the hair standing on the back of your neck when someone is following you in the night. This feels like the devil himself is staring at you from the darkness and prodding you to step inside. Daring you.
Hold on.
Hey, Cat's Meow!
Hold
You
on.
came in at a great raid. We're in a La Sabre Den, and we might have aired, but Don Diego got captured. So thanks for the raid.
I'm going to be bold here, and this might be very, very bold.
Go on.
I did whisper
bold.
get help.
Yep.
I did whisper get help. I'm going to use my shroud sight, and I'm going to see if there are any spirits around, because how I'm going to get help is I'm going to send a spirit to somebody who could talk to them.
Cool. Does Shroud Sight require a roll?
No, it allows you to see into the Shadowlands, and Lifeless Tongues allows you to speak with the dead in any language.
Oh,
So
God.
I think it's more or less like I just need to be able to do it. Yeah.
Wonderful. So, as you look into here, you're going to see the shadows of whippoorwills swarming in a vortex and pecking and ripping at any ghosts that are caught within it as they scream and shriek as their corpus is ripped asunder into nothingness.
Just close that window, buddy. Just close it. We don't have to look at that.
One of them bursts through the cloud, the skin of their corpus missing, their bone showing, an eye plucked from their skull, the other dangling out, teeth missing, their body covered in gashes as they reach out to you, unseen and untouched, and scream for help in sheer terror.
Oh, we are so doomed, is all Tavis will say as he's still like looking into the Shadowland.
Kalik, not gonna lie, this is a little bit of an ordeal, and there's a part of Kalik that kind of not collapses, but she's gonna like lean a little bit more on her staff. Tavis, what are you seeing?
There's so many.
So many
They're
what?
just-
You all hear an
There's-
ethereal laughter echo through the woods.
I don't see Don Diego here. This may not be what we're looking for.
He's here.
Tavis will turn off the shroud sight.
Does that sound like a spiritual? Does that sound? Do we all hear that?
Yes.
Shut
What did it say?
It's whispering now.
Shut your eyes, little boy. It'll be over soon.
Oh, Tavis doesn't like that.
And Fonwell, you will hear a whisper in the back of your mind.
God can't help you now.
Did Kalik hear something?
Yes, she does. She will hear.
The earth you love will devour you whole and annihilate your soul.
Hearing that, there's... Maybe it was the way that it was worded, but that causes Kalik to kind of grip her staff, and she stands upright. And she will say out loud, "From the earth I came, into her embrace I gladly go. We are finding him." And she will slowly trudge towards the house.
As you take a step away from where you were standing, Kalik, suddenly you will hear a loud "Kratos!" as the ground gives way from where you were standing and leads into a pit of total darkness.
Kalik is falling into that?
No. Where you were standing just before collapsed, and it is right behind you now. Almost as if in response to your declaration of bravery.
Kalik takes another step.
William will draw his greatsword and bring it up in both arms. And he will also begin moving towards the door.
As you draw your greatsword, William, for a moment you will see a bloody pentacle on the crossguard before it fades from your sight as you blink.
Davis is just going to whisper, "Damn us," and go in his coterie.
What does it say?
In response to Taven saying "damn us," it whispers, "Too late."
He's not going to respond to it. He knows better than to talk to the voices that he can't see.
So you guys make your way inside?
Actually, I have a really quick question. If he turns on Shroud Sight again, can he see where the voice is coming from?
You only see the whippoorwills again and the screaming spirits being ripped asunder.
Yeah, we make bad decisions here. Let's do it. Let's go.
We kind of have to. This is from Don Diego. If he's not fucking here, I'm gonna be so mad at him. And it's not even his fault, but I'm gonna be so mad at him.
Oh, well, okay. Here's the deal, right? If we die, we don't tell him at all, and he starts the next session having been kidnapped, wakes up somewhere, goes to try to find us, and we've all died.
Oh God, poor Don Diego.
I'm okay with that.
All right, perfect. Let's go.
As a note, Tavis will have his Shroud Sight on the entire time going into the house.
Bruh, you're brave.
Well, that voice did say, "Close your eyes, little boy," and so it's immediately like, no! What if I see what if I, need to actually see something?
Cool.
But what if I need it?
Right.
So the three of you will enter the house, and inside you will see nothing. On the physical plane, this place looks empty. In the shadow realm, the moment you open the door, you see a backdraft of ghostly fire shoot out. It doesn't touch you, but you swear to God you could feel it. And inside is an inferno. Corpus and Shadow being completely devoured by ethereal flames. And as you walk inside, you see the ashen forms of several shades lying motionless and doomed.
Kalik still has her Genius Loci on. Does it tell her anything?
It does. Thank you for reminding me.
It is active. Since she activated it, it
Yep.
would be active for five scenes. I believe this is scene 2 that it would be active in.
You're surrounded.
By what?
Adversaries waiting to strike, to spring a trap, to shut the door and close the walls, sealing you in the Iron Maiden.
Can she tell how many and where they are?
Yes and yes. One over here. One over here. One over here. One back here. And one behind in this back corner. And down in the cellar, another body.
Can she tell who it is? Is it our boy?
I don't think Genius Loci is able to, like, identify straight up. I think it just lets you know what's there. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think it's that. I don't think
While
it's that
effect,
kind of
the
detail.
Koldun is aware of everything that transpires around him out to a distance, even obfuscate cannot to see to cast the. Hang on.
Because it seems more like sort of like a blind sight, sort of like vibration, like telling like something is there, but it doesn't necessarily say like you're able to identify exactly who and what is there.
You may know that somebody over here stabbed somebody who's over here, but all you know is that a stabbing between two people happened. You don't know who those people are.
Hold on, I'm looking it up in the book.
It's all good.
The Koldun extends
while
his
you're looking that
awareness
up-
to. Sorry, go ahead.
While you're looking that up, Tavis will say, while you're feeling surrounded by that, he's going to say that he sees like the shades everywhere and there is a fire and it burns.
Okay, the exact wording is the Koldun extends his awareness through the land upon which he treads, becoming the genius loci of legend. Player spends 1 point of willpower in addition to the traditional expenditure of blood, then rolls to activate the power. Charisma is the governing attribute. For each success, genius loci remains in effect for 1 scene. While in effect, the Koldun is aware of everything that transpires around him out to a distance determined by the dots in genius loci. Even obfuscate cannot deceive, who has established himself as genius loci. Furthermore, while the Koldun may invoke any Koldunic power he possesses anywhere he can receive. What? Hold on. The Koldun may invoke any Koldun. Oh, that doesn't apply. It's not specific. I will let you interpret that how you will.
It does say aware of everything, so that to me does imply, I guess, identity at the very least. So you're pretty sure it's your boy in the basement.
Khalik will. Khalik is going to. Whisper to a point that Tavis and William can hear. North by northeast. Northwest. East by northeast. East. West. As a way to subtly tell them where they are without hinting that she's seen them.
As she whispers this, she will see them all reaching into their cloaks and procuring throwing knives and needles, getting ready to strike. Roll initiative.
It's a good thing Khalik has 15 of those too.
Initiative is a D10 plus your dexterity and what?
And wits.
4, so 10 plus 4.
Is that for all of us, or am I just chilling out?
Everyone.
So
okay,
add
so
your
I'm not chilling out.
add your dex plus wits. Basically Khalik tried to warn Tavis and Fanwell where they were.
I got a 9, so I got 13.
I got
to
it.
add because
I got 7. She's going last, but she said it to try and make sure that they knew and they weren't caught. That Tavis and William knew, so they weren't caught unawares.
Because of your genius loci and your warning, they will not get a surprise round.
Oh. Oh, William, this is bad for us. Unless they also rolled like shit.
I am good. These are the devil worshippers. I'm gonna eat good tonight, family.
Knock yourself out.
Actually, please don't do that, only for the simple fact of we need you in this fight.
Knock them out.
There you go.
And then kill them. And then eat them. I have a question.
Yeah.
For those obsidian daggers that we had, obviously we identified them as daggers, right?
Yep.
Okay, there's 5 of them. So that means the GM at least believes that we as a group can defeat 5 without dying, so that's okay. He thinks there's a chance.
All right. And the first witch will make herself known, hurling a dagger at Khalik.
Denied.
Three successes.
All right. Let's see the damage.
Roll soak.
She takes it.
All right. A dagger hurls out from her cloak and zooms, embedding itself in your shoulder and piercing straight through to the other side. Fortunately, it doesn't hit anything vital, and it doesn't do that much damage. It's a clean cut through. You might as well have been shot clean through with an arrow. You take no damage, as your body's able to soak any meaningful, trauma.
Frail old granny, but is very, very, she actually has a surprising amount of stamina.
The next one will hurl a needle at William, aiming for his mostly unarmored head. Unfortunately, the needle bounces off. Actually, no, the needle just whips past. I should also probably mark these witches. Sorry about this.
How dare you?
Alright. That's all of them. And where was I? Ah, yes. This one just attacked William. And the next one will toss a needle at Tavis.
Ugh!
How rude.
Right.
Tavis, you just have potence, right?
Yeah, potent.
Okay, but not like celerity or fortitude?
Nope.
Oof!
Oh,
Roll
no.
soak. Tavis, does your clothes have any armored reinforcement whatsoever?
Nope.
Alright, then roll stamina.
Well, this is gonna be adorable, guys. Can't wait.
2 successes.
Hey!
So that brings it down to only 3 points of lethal damage as a dagger hurls out and embeds itself in your chest with a painful obsidian sting.
Or this last.
What was that?
Lethal is the X.
Okay.
Yeah, slash is bashing, X is lethal,
Pound sign
Octothorpe.
is ag.
Hashtag slash pound sign slash Octothorpe is aggravated.
How do we heal it?
Lethal damage you can heal by spending blood on your turn reflexively.
Cool.
Speaking of which, Tavis, it is your turn.
I don't like... Can I spend 2 points of blood?
You may.
That's what I'm gonna do, because I don't like taking negatives. That's too much math in my opinion. Which one of these bitches was the one that hit me?
Purple.
The one by the bed.
Thank you. I'm going to grapple her and try to, like, bring her down. Like, it's going to be a painful grapple.
Okay. I am going to throw you a bone here. Would you like to, in healing your wound, pull out the dagger and use it as sort of like a spur or spike to ensure your grapple and deal lethal damage with it?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Absolutely.
All right. Dex plus brawl. No, strength plus brawl, because you're grappling. Difficulty 6.
8d10, because I'm using 2 potents. Difficulty 6.
That is right.
Uh,
All
successes.
right. So with 3 successes plus the needle, that will be strength plus.
Needle is it's strength plus 1.
Plus carryover.
So it'll
And
be
I
6
think,
instead of 5. So carryover's 2, right?
yes. Wait, what? Do you have a specialty?
No.
Okay. Carry on.
Also
Difficulty?
something should be 6, right?
Oh yeah, difficulty 6.
Also something to note, if these needles are classified as daggers and they're used as a melee, they have a +2 to armor piercing, which I don't think they have, but that's nice to know in the future.
Oh.
Hell yeah!
I'm gonna reverse this.
Oh.
Stab me, I stab you.
You call that a stab?
And I'm using
This
her
is a
as
stab.
I'm using her as a meat shield, I want you to know.
Perfect.
Okay. Alright, yeah, that's, yeah, the math's here. Alright, cool. Everything's fine. But yeah, so 5 successes, so now she has to roll soak. Good luck. Alright, she will take 3 points of lethal damage. Same as you, Tavis.
We're just going toe for toe. We're just going toe for toe. We're dancing.
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna mute myself for a split second. I have to grab the dog.
It's all good.
If I'm not back, just do my turn for me. I should be back. She just needs to go potty.
No worries. Seeing that Khalik has yet to take any damage, the witch will hurl a needle at Khalik. Lands for 3 successes. Khalik, roll soak.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, okay, that hurts.
Alright, Khalik, you will take 4 points of lethal damage as the needle lands and skewers through your neck. Fawnwell.
Bonwell is spending 4 points of blood, 3 of them on upping his dexterity to 5, and then 1 of them on enabling celerity for the turn. He will move up to here and do his first attack with his two-handed sword upon this one to the bottom right with the green dot.
Alrighty.
This first one is dice pool -1.
Okay.
I have a speciality in using swords, so do those explode, and does that make it 6 successes instead?
If you're using a sword, then yes.
Yep, two-handed sword. Good. So that is 6 successes. I will roll damage.
Oh!
Mother.
Hell yeah!
Alright, so 7 lethal to soak.
7.
It's a sword, so the speciality. I'm not sure if it applies. If not, then it's only 6.
It's strength.
Do you have a strength specialty?
Hulking.
I'll give you that.
Alright,
Okay.
then 7.
Alright, she soaks 2 of it for 5.
Still up?
Yep, she is mauled.
Alright, the second one is unfortunately at dice pool -2, so I will roll that right now.
Do you want to spend willpower?
No.
Alright, yep,
2
the blow
successes.
lands. Strength plus potence plus greatsword bonus. Plus 1 carryover.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I forgot about potence. I should have remembered that.
Oh, you want to add in the potence to your last roll real quick and see if it matters?
Nah. I mean, is there a chance it'll kill her?
Yes.
Like right up, like.
Depending on how much potence you
okay.
have.
I have 1.
Oh, then no. But it will.
Then
But it
I'm
might
getting
add 1
one.
more point of damage.
No.
Okay, didn't make a difference.
Anyway.
It was worth a shot.
Alright, so that was 2 successes.
Yep.
Oof.
Only 2 lethal.
Denied. Hey!
Alright, 1 more lethal will bring her down to crippled.
-5 to her pool. That's nice.
Okay, well, I am going to use my third and final roll on her. That is going to be at a higher difficulty now because it is my third attack with celerity. and 1 lower die pool.
How much celerity do you have?
I have 1 point.
Oof.
I get 0 successes. So the third one is a complete miss.
All right.
Celerity rounds up, so if you have 1 point of celerity for the point of doing multiple attacks, you count as having 2 celerity.
Got it. Okay.
But that is it. That is the end of the turn. Unfortunate.
You swing your blade and cleave with a mighty cut that creates a large gash in her chest, and follow up with a backswing that chips away at her from behind, leaving her on the ground, barely able to stand. And as you raise your sword for the third blow of the combo, you unfortunately get a little too zealous as you bring the sword down, and it misses its mark. Khalik. You may want to heal yourself.
I know. What she's gonna do is, I'm trying to think of how to allocate the 4 blood that she's gonna use. She's gonna get real hungry, if this doesn't end quickly. But she will heal. You know what? She's gonna heal 1 of those points, so that at least it is a -1. Yeah, no, I want to do this. And then she'll put the remaining 3 into her strength to up it to 4.
All right.
She's going to take her staff and she's gonna look to the one over here.
Where now?
And you know what?
Which one?
Orange.
Gotcha.
You know what? Let's have fun with this. She's gonna fucking cause the thing is, her staff is sharpened at the bottom, so she's gonna take her staff and she's gonna chuck it at Orange, intending to stake her.
Okay, ballsy. All right, staking rolls. Here we go. So that is going to be Dex plus Athletics for thrown. Pale with staking. All right.
You said Dex plus what?
Dex plus Athletics.
Difficulty?
Sorry, I'm trying to find the fucking staking one.
So there's nothing for like ranged staking unless we're going with impale, in which case the difficulty is up by 3.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I think it is. I think a lot of it's also just like assuming we have
I
the
believe that's,
VTM 20 core rulebook stuff. So yeah, all right. So yeah, that's gonna be difficulty 9.
I do believe that is correct. Yeah. By the way,
I'm running low on willpower, but I gotta spend it just to try and get this to hit. I'm gambling with this, but
No, sure.
we'll see if it pays off. Wait.
That is
I'm
an
back.
incorrect macro. Welcome back.
Oh, I see what I did wrong.
Oh,
I did it!
With that willpower, you landed a hit. As you hurl your staff with sheer desperation. And at first, it doesn't look like it's gonna carry, so she just stands there, watching mockingly, until suddenly, the staff just reaches and lands at her heart. Roll strength plus 1. That's it. You need 3 damage or more for the stake to take hold.
Question for the GM.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if I have 0 willpower? I don't right now, but what happens if I spend my last willpower?
I don't recall exactly off the top of my head, but not anything good. At the very least, you're out of willpower, and it's gonna be a bitch.
All right. I don't suppose. No, there is no way that she would have regained Eye of the Storm. There is no way she would have.
Either way, if you're trying to spend another willpower, you already spent it to hit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I know. All right, let's pray. As she threw that, just as she threw that spear, she prayed to Lou, hoping that it would land something. Oh God, please, 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 please. Ah, fuck! I was so close, but that's still 2 damage. And she's basically impaled on that wall, so she's kind of stuck there.
The spear jabs through her, but narrowly misses her heart. But she is now pinned to the wall, taking 2 points of lethal damage. Which will bring us to the final witch, who is going to spend a point of willpower to ignore her wound penalties as she draws a dagger to stab at Fonwell.
Stop.
Stabby stab.
The dog was licking her feet, and so I said stop.
Aw. Ooh.
And this will have armor piercing.
Oh, jeez.
How much?
I think we said 2.
For a
Okay,
dagger,
so-
yes. If it's used as a dagger, it is +2. Armor
Goes
piercing.
from 3 down to 1. Got it. So stamina plus fortitude plus 1 point.
Oh boy.
Skull hurt. Oh! Oh God!
She finds a weak point gap in your armor, and using all of the willpower she has remaining, she lunges for it and sinks the dagger in. Roll soak.
Hey, do you remember when you got like a stamina roll of 8? Can you do that again?
Alright, so the soak is difficulty 6.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. I spent 1 blood point to absorb 3 of those immediately.
Cool.
And take a single point of damage.
The dagger finds its way through your armor, but unfortunately, one of the thickest sources of armor underneath is your own skin. By virtue of being a fucking warrior salubri.
Oh boy. Well, we survived 1 round.
Top of the next round.
Uh-oh. I don't like that. It looks like he rolled an initiative.
Before anyone can
It
react
does.
at the next round, suddenly, the coffin by Fonwell bursts open. And out of it leaps
Please let it be an ally.
Sister.
That's Fatima. It's Fatima!
Yes!
Fatima Al-Fakadi.
Sister Fatima. Alrighty.
Please, please, let's hope that she's on our side.
If not, how much does it cost for her to get on our side? Because Don Diego has money.
Just tell her that someone's impersonating, that these bitches are impersonating her girl, and then she'll be on our side. We got this.
So she may
That's true, that's
be, she may be low on blood, but conveniently there's this one bitch who's literally right here who cannot put up a fight. So, you know, there's a snack right over there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. There is a massive chance that Khalik might, for survival's sake, eat one of these girls.
So,
Unfortunately, I'm with you on
Alright, what's Fatima doing?
well, nothing yet because she's not on initiative. Well, I mean, her initiative hasn't come up yet.
She goes after Tavis.
As the Red Witch is going to see this new threat jump into combat, and she is going to hurl another dagger at her. Three successes. Two points of damage. Fatima rolls soak. Stamina there. There. All right. As she hurls a needle, Fatima is going to flick and swish her cloak to deflect it, as her eyes narrow at the Red Witch. Blue Witch is going to turn and stab at Fatima from behind. Pretty much same roll, same diff. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, now I need to add one more to that roll. Sorry. So 3, 4 successes. Fatima rolls to soak. She sees it coming and, with expert combat grace, again spins her cloak and stops the dagger's momentum with it. This woman is kind of amazing.
Kind of.
Next up is the witch in Tavis's grasp.
You mean Capri Sun?
Well, we'll see if this Capri Sun straw stabs at your mouth, as she is going to attempt to stab you.
Listen, I've already had a hell of a night, man. Oh, no, well, I'm okay. You're okay. We're all okay.
Alright.
Nobody's having that like that. Damn.
She is going
He's
to...
a wiry little bastard, isn't he?
She tries to stab you, but you've got her at an angle where she can't quite reach a damaging hit. which sucks for her, literally, because it's your turn.
Tavis is really good at one thing, and that's getting people in his grasp and then just sinking his teeth in. He's going to drink and then rip her throat out.
All right, I'm going to call that multiple actions.
That's fine.
So, how much are you drinking? Actually, I think how much can you take in a single turn is a better question. Is like 2 points, 3 points?
Yeah.
I believe it's 3.
All right, drinking for 3.
Yep, because that's exactly what I need to.
Wonderful. All right, you drink 3 points of Vita. If you want to go for an attack, roll. Is a bite strength plus brawl or dex plus brawl? I want to say dex.
Bite is dex plus brawl plus 1.
All right. So roll half your dex plus half your brawl plus 1.
Oh, I don't like that, because that sucks ass. My potence can only go into strength, right?
Correct.
Correct. Celerity goes into dex.
Alright, so that's 1. My brawl is 3. How do you roll half of that?
I'm going to say, since you round up celerity, I'm going to say round that up too.
Okay, so that's 3 dice I am rolling. Plus 1, 4.
Well, what you could also do is take some of the blood you drank and reflexively put it into your physical, into your dex attribute.
I'll spend 2 bloods making it 4, making it 2 more.
Okay.
That's 6 now. D10. Difficulty?
Difficulty, I think 5.
F1.
Yep, you want to spend a willpower, or are you good?
Oh, I'll spend my last willpower that I can. That's 6 successes.
Wonderful! And, so now roll strength plus 1 plus 5. Plus potence.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 6, 11.
Difficulty 6.
No failures.
Jesus!
Okay, flavor your kill.
As she tries to, go to, stab him again, Tavis sinks his fangs into her throat, and then with, accurate precision, just pulls away, ripping it out, and painting the floor.
Wonderful! You pull her throat out after taking a deep drink, replenishing and strengthening your own vitae, and then your fangs tear through her flesh like a hot knife through butter, and she falls lifeless and limp as her body crumbles into rotted ash and flesh.
He'll do great as a Giovanni. I'm just saying, he'll be wonderful, because every time he bites something, it always dies.
Yeah.
It's painful.
Yeah.
Tavis
not every
drops some
time.
hard ass line.
Gertrude didn't.
You're right.
Gertrude wasn't complaining.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, that's a meal.
Yeah, there you go.
No, that's a snack.
That was a very
Snacky.
nice snack.
Alright.
Anyways, Fatima.
Yeah, speaking of snacks, Fatima's turn.
There is
She's
a
not snack, the whole fucking meal.
there's a barely standing snack next to William, if she's interested, and she just woke up, so she may be.
She's got a snack right here. I think she's fine.
Oh, she can do both.
Yeah, that's true. Technically, there's a snack for everybody.
Shoot, girl, too close.
Yeah, she's got celerity 4. She can do both.
I imagine she has the blood to do all that.
She is... 6th generation, so yeah, she does.
Oh yeah, holy shit. Yeah.
So she is, for her first action, going to plunge her kukri deep into this struggling demon worshipper. Let's see, Dex plus celerity plus melee. My fucking god, woman! So, what do we think? Does 14 D10 sound good?
You introduced her, man. Oh,
Wonderful.
God.
Well, she probably has a specialty, so that's at least going to be 8d10 from there.
I don't know if specialties apply for NPCs.
I don't know either, but this person's in a lot of trouble.
Normally, I'd say that they don't, but this is a specific named special canon NPC, so I'll say, yeah, she probably has a specialty for this. This is literally what she does.
That's kind of fair. If you exist as a character in the whole game, not just your campaign, then yeah.
Alright, so strength. Alright, Fatima, you got potence. Of course you fucking do. Your strength is... yeah, that makes sense. So 7 plus 1 from the kukri. It's 8. And carryover is 7. So, how's 15d10 sound?
Is she a werewolf? Jesus.
Do you want to check?
Almost as bad. She's a 6th generation Awesomite.
There we go.
Alright, literally doesn't matter what the witch rolls. For Silk, it won't be enough to save her life. She is going to plunge her kukri into the witch's skull, and she will drop down in torpor. She will then proceed to whirl around and slice at the other witch.
Hold on. She did that to blue or green first?
She attacked green first and torpored her. So second attack for celerity is increased difficulty, you said?
William?
It's not an increase in difficulty, it's an increase in the dice pool negative.
Okay. So how much is the negative for the second attack?
2. It is 1 for the first attack, 2 for the second.
Oh, I probably should have subtracted 1 dice. Whatever. It didn't matter.
The damage doesn't, yeah.
Alright,
negligible.
So minus 2 for the second attack?
Yes.
Alright, how does 12 D10 sound then?
Just roll it. Just roll it, man.
I'm sorry. I'm having too much fun with this. I'm sorry.
I get that.
So here's the thing. When you have celerity 5, you can do 5 attack actions for 1 blood point. Because you have plus 5 to your dexterity from celerity, that just brings it eventually down to your regular dexterity plus skill pool. It's not
7,
cool. Okay.
Plus 1 is 8. Plus 4 is 12. 5 lethal damage. Which rolls to soak, doesn't soak any of it. As Fatima just whirls around and plunges the kukri into the witch's heart. That's gonna maul her. Alright, so now who's next? We got, yes. The witch in the corner over here. She just saw her sister get, devoured and, eviscerated by Tavis. She's going for some, vengeance.
She is pinned.
Okay, cool. She doesn't need to move to throw.
Fair enough.
You can certainly try. Very squirrely. Just remember, if you hit me, I hit you back.
Oh, she hits you.
Hit her back. I'm going to hit her back.
Assuming you survive. I mean, you're probably not gonna final death die from this. All right, so
He's at full. He should be fine.
all right, so 4 successes. So +1 from the throwing. Plus from there, so 5 plus 6, 7, 8. All right, and roll soak.
Again?
Yep,
Soak is just stamina.
but you can increase that with blood.
Assuming he didn't spend. Well, no, of course not, because he just healed all of it for free.
But he did spend some to buff his dexterity, but that was his last turn.
That was on the last turn, not this turn.
Yep. Even so,
I'll
he couldn't
spend-
do it right now because it's not his turn. Okay. Oh wait, where's the +2 come
What's the
from?
+2?
For blood?
Oh, yeah, you would roll 2 more dice.
Oh, well then, give me a minute.
But even then, I don't think you could do it right now at this very moment.
Oh no! Either way, he doesn't soak it.
Yep. So, Tavis, you will take 5 points of lethal damage.
Cool. Don't
Fun-
like this.
You're not supposed to. Funwell!
Farnwell has sensed the threat to Tavis that has taken Tavis down, being over here, and with a point of blood being spent on celerity, is going to allow him to move in a pretty hilarious fashion, directly like a freight train across the room to slam into that vampire over there, going for a direct attack with his sword.
Please don't slice my staff.
I think he has enough control not to do that.
Just the under.
First attack.
A hit's a hit.
Oh boy.
You just need one. The damage is the important part.
Yep.
And remember potence.
Yep, 1 point from potence, 5 points from strength for 6, then 3 points from the weapon for 9, and then 1 success for 10.
Nope, 1 success is no carryover.
Alright, so 9.
Yep.
Do you have a strength specialty?
Hulking, which
Yes,
I said
hulking.
applied.
Wonderful.
So 4, she rolls to soak. Soaks 2 of it. But your hulking
was
size manages to drive the blade in anyway, bringing her down to 4 points of damage, which is wounded.
Alright, well, celerity is beautiful. It's the second attack, so I am now doing 8d10 over 6f1. That is 6 successes.
That's a much more
Okay.
effective hit.
Does the specialty with swords kick in there to make that a 7?
Yes, it does.
Alright.
Sorry, we're going so into overtime here, by the way.
You're good. I don't have anything to do tomorrow.
Alright, so that is 7 plus 5 for 12, plus 3 from the sword for 15, plus 1 from potent for plus 1 for 16.
Hell yeah.
Okay, let's see
With
how she
hulking
does.
as a bonus, that is going to be 7 to soak.
Okay, 7 to soak.
I don't think she can survive
I don't know.
that.
I
even
don't know
if she-
mathematically
even if she soaked all of it, I don't think it matters.
She soaks none of it.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, with the second swing of your sword from your vampiric celerity, you cut her down to size, and she is torpored. Kalik.
And then for William's
Oh, right.
last turn of Vitae acted celerity, he is going to simply breathe out slowly and turn his eyes backwards, looking at this last one over here.
All right. Kalik.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3 down, 2 left. One of them looks heavily beaten by Fatima.
These two are still... They're torpored. They're not ash.
Correct, because they were downed by lethal damage, whereas Tavis downed his opponent with aggravated damage, which instantly results in final death if you go past incap.
I'm at mauled.
All
you
right.
could be doing worse.
You know what?
What?
Kalik is actually getting pretty hungry. Fatima's got this. The boys got this one. I think Kalik is gonna go over and snack on this one. Probably, like, she's honestly kind of hungry, so there is a potential for diablerie, but I'm not guaranteeing anything.
Okay. I mean, diablerie is a whole commitment, so if you just say that you're drinking, that's one thing.
Yeah, but there's also a danger to just drinking, and these things are evil, so I think honestly, I think I'm making a choice. In her hunger and her desire to see these things destroyed, I think she is going to enact diablerie.
Well, before they gotta drain it of all their blood, so you're gonna have some time to think about it beforehand.
Alright, so she's gonna start draining.
Cool.
My girl said I wasn't down for commitment, and I said I was down for diablerie, and we haven't spoken since then, but, you know, at least we've learned something about each other.
Alright. Cool. Gain back 3 points of blood.
Just 3?
Yeah, that's the amount. That's the most you can take in a single turn, is what we established.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And that'll bring us back to the top of initiative. This witch is seeing that the fight isn't going well, so she is not going to stay and fight to the last. She is going to bail.
No.
Does she have celerity?
She does not, but she is able to at least make it outside the door. The second one is going to stab Fatima. Actually, she is going to give a parting shot as well to Fatima. First one. Alright, 3 successes. Alright, Fatima, let's see how well you do this time, because this one looks like it's gonna hurt. 4, 2, 6, 7. Alright. This time the dagger lands and embeds itself in her leg. She is hurt.
She's fine.
And the second attacker is going to go for a stab. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Alright, so... And Fatima... takes 2 more points of damage, leaving her wounded before this one also runs for the door. Tavis! You can either let them go, or you can give chase.
Oh, I'm giving chase. Tavis is positively feral at the moment. No.
There is the free fucked up one that is directly by William as well, in case that's your priority.
Well, that one's already torpored.
Yeah.
Oh, well, never mind. He will stop holding it.
So Tavis is going to go after them, and whichever one is closest is the one that he will try to grapple and pounce on.
They're actually both about equidistant, but one of them looks considerably more fucked up than the other.
I'm going to go for the not weaker one.
Cool. Red Witch.
Going to go for the more strong one.
Alright, you going
The
for
one that hasn't been touched.
What is it?
You going for another clinch?
Yep. So strength plus brawl, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8.
Plus potence.
Oh no, I add potence in it.
Excellent.
6.
Did you want to spend blood to make yourself stronger? Or would you rather spend blood to make yourself more durable?
More durable.
It's probably a good idea. That seems to be
I'm already doing a whole thing.
wonderful. So you're gonna put 2 more blood into stamina?
Yeah, when that happens.
Excellent. Alright, so your stamina, I believe, is maxed out at 5. And that's going to be 6 successes to hit, so that will be strength, plus 1 from your dagger, plus potence, and plus 5 from carryover.
So 5, 10, 11.
Diff 6. 3 successes. She can soak this. But even if she does, she's grabbed regardless.
Damn.
Alright. You
Yeah,
reach
we all
out-
know what happens next.
You reach out a hand and sink it into her shoulder, and as you do, it pierces through but doesn't do too much damage. But even so, she is in your grasp and she's not breaking out anytime soon. Ideally. Alright. And Fatima. She's going to spend a willpower to ignore her wound penalties. She's going to dash at the other witch and go for the kill. So 13d10 greater than 6f1. That's a hit. Strength 5 plus 3. 8. She's not gonna know. She's 6th generation. 9. And then plus 1 from the kukri. Alright, 13, I think. Oh god, what are you at now? Fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, she's got to be dead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll this for the sake of formality. So for and torpid. And her second attack will be on the Red Witch. Damn, this red bitch is hardy! She tries to plunge her kukri in, but something about her bone structure is just hard enough to hold off her attack this time around. Alright, Torpord. Funwell.
He is going to intercept the last little princess here getting away.
This feels like the JoJo meme where they're all just curb stomping that one guy.
Right.
I will already
Oh my
spend
God.
one for the celerity.
Also, Tavis, are you like this one's mine, or are you welcoming whomever to just fucking carve this bitch up?
It's him and Fonwell have an understanding. He knows that
Oh yeah.
this bitch has to die.
He knows
So,
better than to get in the way
If it
of
was anybody
Fonwell.
else, he'd probably like growl.
Yeah.
If it was anybody else, he'd growl a little bit, but no, he's just Fonwell.
Yup. Carry on.
Alright, so 5 from strength, and then 1 from potence for 6, then plus 3 from the weapon for 9, and then we have 3 plus 4 for the 10, for a total of 13 d10. Okay. Four successes.
Awesome. Rolling to soak. 2 lethal damage. That will put her at... No. Yeah, wounded, I think.
The second swing will arrive. That is also 2 successes.
No, she's at injured, not wounded. Alright, 2 successes. Cool.
Alright, that is 8 for soak.
She has to heal. She has to soak all of that in order to still be in the fight. Almost.
You just
So that
barely
is
clip
6
her
damage.
over the edge. So, yup, that is from injured 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yes. No, wait, she takes soak, so that would bring her down to incapacitated.
So technically torpid, right?
Incapacitated is
Nope.
totally okay.
She can still heal from incapacitated. She just cannot move right now.
Alright, I think it is Kylie then.
Sippy sippy.
Alright, drinking some more, so...
Yep, she's drinking more, so that's 3 more. Kalika's fully healed, but she hasn't gotten all of her blood back yet, and she wasn't at full to begin with.
Alright.
She's pumped a lot
That's
of blood tonight.
That's unfortunate.
What is?
Top of the round. Red Witch is going to heal.
How much does she heal?
2 points. She is then going to spend a willpower to ignore her wound penalties. And she is going to swing once more at Tavis.
4.
How are you doing, Tavis?
Not great.
Where are you at?
Mauled.
Oof.
That's why I said he went after her like he was feral. He's not doing great.
Alright. Alright, 3 successes. Tavis, would you like to attempt to dodge her attack in lieu of attacking this round?
I did pump that 2 into stamina so that way I can soak.
Alright, you got a better shot now, so hopefully this will pan out well for you.
So now I can roll 4 stamina.
Alright,
Difficulty 6.
just a minute, let me roll damage first, but yes, go ahead.
I thought you did roll damage.
No, that was to hit.
That's gay. Noel, tell them. Tell them you're upset.
8.
Wait.
Alright,
Ugh.
roll soak.
Oh my god!
That pays off!
Oh, Jesus!
Alright, she will manage to jab her needle into you once more. It will find its mark, but your preparation has paid off and your body tenses and prepares, able to tank most of the damage. You take 1 more point of lethal damage.
Oh my god, if you had another point... Oh, Jesus, that would have been rough.
I know. I would have been incapacitated.
Mm-hmm.
And now it is Tavis's turn.
Retaliate.
She's gonna drink from this bitch.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna take my 3. Because that's all I can do.
Yep. Would you also like to attempt to tear her throat out? She is at your mercy.
Do it.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I got my 3 points. I can take somebody else soon.
Would you like to put some of those points into Dex or Strength? Or both?
Well, I already have potence for strength. Which brings it to 5.
Literally as soon as Frey isn't here, whenever the idea of Diablerie comes up, the whole group is like, do it. It's honestly, do it. It's so fucking cool. Yeah, you go.
Uh-huh.
All right.
You go be a badass. Mm-hmm.
Tavis, I don't think he's going for Diablerie. I think he's just ripping the throat out and ashing it. Kalik is the one that's tap dancing with Diablerie.
All right, then yeah.
You're like, making out with it. I'm sitting here like just fucking ripping throats.
Then if nothing else, yeah. Dex plus Brawl plus 1. Difficulty 6.
Alright. Alright, I
No,
put 2
difficulty
points
5.
in dex, so that's 4, 5, 6, 7.
No, it's 6. I'm sorry.
Roll. 8, difficult. 6. 1. 4.
All right. Strength plus 1 from Bite. And add in Potence.
5.
Difficulty 6.
And carryover.
Of course.
No F1s. That's 5.
What's your specialty? Do you have a
I
strength?
don't got one.
Nope.
Aw,
Nope. Because potence is what brings me up to 5.
Cool.
got it.
You take a sippy, get 3 blood back, and then once you're topped off, you fucking tear that bottle open with your teeth, and once again, she bursts into ash and rot. And with that, you have successfully defeated the ambush encounter. Kalik,
Yep.
still drinking?
Yeah.
All right.
Is this one that's still highlighted over here still around?
She is torpor. She is not ash.
All right, delicious. I need to get some blood back.
Wonderful. You will manage to get about 4 blood points remaining from her. Kalik, you will also get 4 more points from her before she is gone, and if you want to Diablerize, it's now or never.
I think with the ordeal that she went through with Obtenebration, the affront to nature that she has made, the offense that these creatures have had, she understands William's desire to Diablerize them. These creatures do not get to have their souls returned to whatever happens. She will engage in Diablerie.
William is
Alright.
gonna stand back from the one that he has finished, and he is going to move towards Kylie.
Alright, so you're not deoperizing this one?
I'm not deoperizing them, no.
Okay.
And in fact, William is going to put his hand on Kylie's shoulder and bring her back.
So he's stopping her?
Yes.
She's gonna, like, slow turn, and her face is almost, not feral, but it's definitely more animalistic.
These small ones are not worth the stain it puts upon us. While your instinct and your choices here are true, it is the target that is not something effective. I feel the same way you do.
I would have thought you, of all beings, would understand.
But
It
these...
does not matter how small the rot is. It will spread.
And you would spread it into your own soul.
Better than out there.
These are not the kind of targets that we need to focus on.
Surprising, coming from you.
No, we still need to kill them, but this specific act, this specific extra activity, is not something that we need to do on the everyday minion, or the everyday cultist that we encounter ourselves with.
Was that not what you tried to drain? One of these minions, these cultists.
That is true. I was mortally wounded and attempted to do so in that state.
So why are you excused, and I am condemned?
Tavis, you will
I am
watch
not-
as Fatima just walks away from that discussion, jumps over you, and plunges down into the basement.
Jumps over him?
Why not?
Well, here's the thing: is he was kind of starting to go to the basement, so
Sure.
I'll go down with Fatima. I don't mind. We could be basement buddies.
Brilliant.
Neither of us is excused, and both of us are condemned.
Then what does it matter?
Let's continue this when we're with the rest of our people. We should not get separated. It is too dangerous here.
Khalik will limp over. Like, she's healed, but she still has an odd gait without the staff.
Next.
So she'll, like, go over, get her staff out,
Yep.
just letting this drop. And she's actually gonna take her teeth onto this one and just tear the throat out, because that's apparently been the trend.
All right. Yeah. So you will
I do love fashion. Fashion is really cool.
sink your teeth into the torpid body of the witch, and with a rending pull of your teeth, you eviscerate her throat, and she crumbles into ash.
Khalik will then take her staff and, well, they're incapacitated. She doesn't have to stake them.
Not yet.
You know what? Just in case, I think she will take her staff and jab it into her heart.
If there, so are there two incapacitated up on this level at this time?
Exactly two.
Okay, I need to replenish some blood.
Both of these are completely exsanguinated at this point.
Oops.
Oh.
I asked the one. I'm sorry.
Well, that's not my problem. That's somebody else's problem. I'm gonna wait for Miss Kalik before I keep going. Sometimes she needs a strapping young fella to help her down the stairs.
Actually, yeah, you know what? Since they are both exsanguinated, yeah, you don't have to worry about staking them.
Oh.
What are they gonna do? Wake up?
Okay. You know what? This one was the hardy one. So I think then she'll tear out this one's throat and then just start dragging.
No, the hardy
This
one
one.
is...
Oh, is already Ash?
Yeah, Taven fucking
Well,
Ash,
this-
the hardy one. Or Tavis, sorry.
Alright. Well, aside from Red, this one also lasted the longest, so she's
Yep.
gonna tear this one's throat out and then grab this one by the hair and just start dragging her.
Alright.
So this is feral, okay?
Just gonna be waiting here for her to finish off her shenanigans, and then I can help her go downstairs.
I believe
Feral.
Kalik is gonna ignore William's help and just use the railing on the stairs. So, like, is holding onto the railing with one hand and dragging this one down by the hair in the other.
Okay. And so... so you're descending down into the basement?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. And William, you're following?
This is such a good time. This is so great.
I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, that is a yes, but oh boy. Oh, woohoo.
So... So the four of you each descend down into the basement of Lucita's hideaway. Having overcome the deathly challenge and evil ambush of the infernalists awaiting you, with some unexpected but not unappreciated help. Now all that remains is to plunge down further into the darkness and hope at the end you find the light of your long-lost friend and ally, Don Diego. But wherever your path may lead, remember, wherever we go, it is the blood of Cain which makes our fate.
Bruh.
So, what did we think of tonight's game?
Okay. So, we got two people who are just ready to commit diablerie.
I'm just your, like, pet raccoon at this point. I swear to God. You just point and he immediately grapples and tears.
You...
Honestly,
dude,
that's
you
been
did-
a very effective strategy for someone without a Protean.
Yeah, you do you, man.
Jesus Christ.
Like, if you get Celerity too, that is going to be a fucking horrifying combo and terrifyingly effective.
Somebody has to teach me celerity. That's the worst part.
That's the thing, you don't. You can learn it yourself because it's a physical discipline like Potence and Fortitude.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me that shit.
Too late.
No, that's definitely something to invest in. Go for it.
Seriously, Celerity is like one of the most busted A-tier disciplines in the game.
Well, it looks like that's my next thing that I am learning, and whoever my opponent is, get fucked.
Oh my god, that was beautiful. That was good.
I really enjoyed being able to really dip my hose into like the horror aspect tonight with like the
Sorry,
monsters.
what? Dip your what?
My toes into the horror aspect tonight.
Did y'all hear?
Hose.
I heard that. I heard hose too.
Toes, you fucking gutter dwellers.
Not a gutter dweller. I dwell in a trash can. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Get it right.
Regardless, I was very happy to be able to like just play off that like creepy imagery and like horrific descriptions. I hope that was like at least somewhat effective.
Oh yes.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
I don't like whispering at all.
Yep.
Except when I can't see. So when you were whispering into that, I'm like, fucker, I swear to God.
Nope.
I promise only to use that when it's atmospherically appropriate, and I will not abuse it.
Why are you touching me? This is not a high five moment. Please put your paw back.
I also hope that Fatima didn't feel like too much of like a gimme or a Deus Ex Machina for you guys either. But like,
No,
I've been
she's our guardian angel.
and like I've been wanting to use her again, and I felt like this is probably the perfect time to do this.
Honestly, the fact that we were already down a Don Diego, who also has really good, celerity uses, like, and considering it was 3 against 5, and really there were only 2 major combat players, and then there's Khalik,
who is without her animal at the moment, which kind of renders her way less effective.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
I'm combat.
What was that?
I said I'm combat.
Kind of.
Bitch! How many necks did you rip out today?
I'm a one-trick pony.
Yeah, but that one trick is like one of the most effective tricks in the game because it does aggravated damage and sets it up and executes it amazingly well, not to mention replenishes resources.
What's that one saying? I don't fear the man who's oh god. Like, I don't fear the man who is good at something, I fear the man who has practiced something 1,000 times. Something along those lines?
Something like that.
Like,
how much is it to buy up 1 point in celerity?
That will be
since it's an out of clan discipline, it would be 10.
Well, just a straight up new discipline, it'll be 10. But
Alright, I need 3 more.
Well, good news about tonight.
Well, what are
3?
we out of? Are we at, like, when you add everything together, is it 39?
I think we're at 40 actually when I checked Fonwell's sheet. Unless he mathed wrong. Uh-oh, we lost Fonwell.
Yep, yeah, his net died.
I just realized that, oh no.
It's okay, we'll figure it out.
Either way,
but
it's not a huge deal one way or the other, because I'm honestly, for how well you guys did tonight, I'm tempted to give you guys 4 experience.
I'll take 4.
I'll be 1 away. 1 away.
Wunderbar. And yeah, I think this was also a very, very nice session to fill the absence of Don Diego while still furthering the plot and your mission.
Yeah, no, that was good.
Heck yeah.
Also, like the fact that it did prove how strong our coterie is with each other.
Oh yeah!
Like, yeah, we just fucking, like, got to know each other not too long ago. But at the same time, it's, you don't touch our shit, that's our shit.
Precisely.
That's our mistake that you're touching.
How dare you take our sugar daddy?
Right. How else are we going to get what we want?
Who else is gonna be, not just our sugar daddy, but our lawyer?
That's for damn sure.
And your
God
meal
knows
ticket.
we're gonna need it.
Yeah, we
First of
kind
all-
of need him. We really need him.
Yup.
Okay, well, first of all, as for meal ticket, I was using myself and my sire for that. I didn't need Don Diego to come in. He just made my life 10 times easier. That just meant I didn't have to say, hey, Vinegal, can you do this thing for me? Instead, now it's like, I could do this all on my own. I don't need you anymore.
Oh boy.
But yeah.
Am I actually doing it on my own? No.
Well, there we go.
But I do love how everyone is growing, and I'm so happy that you guys are at my table playing this game, and I hope you guys are having as much fun as I am. But on that note, until next time, thank you everyone so much for watching. If you're watching on Twitch, be sure to follow me for more streams in the future, and subscribe if you can, it really helps me out. And if you're watching on YouTube, also be sure to like and subscribe and join the Working Class Pack. Also be sure to hit that like button and leave a comment to let your voice be heard and get us out there. And until next time, good night everybody, and farewell, vampire.
Oh, good night.
Bye-bye.
So weird now that we are not in sync because there's no other person to like follow us.
I know.